Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I found an old wedding dress in the attic, and it fits me too perfectly, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first thing that felt wrong was the zipper. Not the dress. Not yet. The zipper. It was lying half open against my spine, cold as a spoon just pulled from a drawer. And when I reached back to tug it down, it moved up instead. 1 clean inch. Maybe 2. The tiny metal teeth clicked together behind me with a sound so neat and deliberate that I stopped breathing through my nose and listened to the attic settle around me. A house makes noise. I knew that. Old pine beams tick when the temperature changes. Squirrels drag their nails along gutters. Pipes knock. Wind noses its way under loose shingles and makes them complain. I had been telling myself versions of that all afternoon because it was easier than admitting I was standing in the attic of my dead aunt's farmhouse, wearing a wedding dress I'd found under a tarp, and the dress had just tightened itself around my ribs. My name is Mara Whitcomb, 31, female, born in Pittsburgh, and currently living in Philadelphia. Though for the last 4 days, I had been sleeping badly in a narrow upstairs bedroom in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, where every floorboard announced me like I owed it money. I worked remotely as a records coordinator for a medical billing company, which sounds more stable than it felt. My lease was ending. My relationship had ended 3 months before that, and my mother kept saying things like, maybe the house is a sign, as if inheriting a place full of mouse droppings, damp wallpaper, and someone else's grief was the universe handing me a key instead of a problem. The attic smelled like dust heated under a lamp. Dry wood, cardboard, old lavender sachets that had given up and gone sour. 1 bare bulb hung from a cloth-wrapped cord near the rafters, swinging slightly whenever I shifted my weight, making shadows crawl along the stacked trunks and plastic bins labeled in my aunt's square handwriting. Christmas. Taxes 2008. Linen's good. Linen's bad. I stood beside a cedar chest with brass corners, one hand locked behind my back, fingertips hooked around the zipper pull. The dress was ivory, not white. Heavy satin. Long sleeves with lace cuffs. A bodice stiff enough to correct my posture by force. I had tried it on as a joke, mostly. A private joke, because no one else was up here. At least, I thought no one else was. Below me, the stairs creaked. Mara, Ryan called from the 2nd floor. You alive up there? Ryan Caldwell, 34, male, was my cousin, though we had grown up more like intermittent neighbors than family. He lived in Harrisburg, taught middle school history, and had a way of making every stressful task sound like an activity from a summer camp brochure. He was downstairs sorting my aunt's books into piles donate, keep, sell, mystery mold, and pretending he had not driven out here because my mother had guilted him into checking on me. I'm fine, I said too quickly. The zipper did not move again. You sure? I heard something fall. I looked down at my feet. hem of the dress. Dust lay in pale rings where I had disturbed it. A box of canning jars sat tipped near the wall. Nothing had fallen, not recently. Probably me, I said, tripping over somebody's Depression-era hobby. That attic is a tetanus museum. Wear shoes. I'm wearing shoes. I was not wearing shoes. I had kicked off my sneakers because the dress had a narrow, old-fashioned skirt, and I didn't want to tear it. My socks were gray with attic grit. A splinter had lodged somewhere in the ball of my left foot, small enough to ignore, present enough to keep making itself known. Ryan appeared at the top of the pull-down stairs, shoulders first, then his face, flushed from the climb. He had dust on one cheek and a paperback tucked under his arm like he had accidentally adopted it. He stopped when he saw me. For a second, all he did was blink. Then he said, "Wow." I laughed because that was safer than asking what kind of wow. "It was in the chest," I said. "Before you start, I know, weird. I was just checking for damage. By wearing it, fabric needs context. Sure, that's what the Smithsonian says." He stepped fully into the attic, ducking under a beam. The bulb swung harder, spreading and shrinking his shadow against the insulation stapled between the rafters. He looked at the dress, then at my face. "It fits," he said. "Yeah, like perfectly." I tugged at the bodice. It did not give much. Old clothes are weird. Maybe Aunt Lydia had it altered for someone. Aunt Lydia never got married. I know. That was the part I kept circling and not touching. My great Aunt Lydia Whitcomb had been 82 when she died in March, found in her kitchen by Mrs. Donnelly from the next property over, after Lydia missed 2 Sundays at church, and 3 unanswered phone calls. Heart failure, the doctor said. Peaceful, everyone hoped. The house came to my mother, and then to me, because my mother had a condo in Florida, a bad knee, and an impressive talent for making inheritance sound like opportunity. Lydia had lived alone for as long as I could remember. She sent birthday cards with $5 bills and never attended weddings. Not my parents, not Ryan's sister S, not anyone's. Family lore said she had been engaged once, sometime in the late 60s, but nobody told the story the same way twice. The man died and left. The man was married already. Lydia changed her mind. Lydia's father stopped it. Lydia found out something. Lydia never explained, and after a while, the silence became the story. Ryan walked around me, careful not to step on the train. "There's no tag," he said. I noticed. The back of the dress had dozens of tiny satin-covered buttons above the zipper, decorative but delicate. The lace at the cuffs was yellowed, but not brittle. Whoever had stored it had done so carefully. Tissue paper, cedar chips, a blue ribbon tied around the folded veil, which I had not touched because that felt like crossing a line even I could recognize. Ryan leaned toward the seam at my waist. "Handmade, maybe. You know wedding dresses now. I know theater costumes. 8th graders destroy them annually." He smiled, but it did not quite stay. Downstairs, something bumped. Not loud, more like a chair leg settling or a box shifting after being stacked wrong. The house had been doing that all week, little domestic coughs from rooms nobody was in. Ryan and I both looked toward the stairs. "Me," he called. No answer. Me Ellis, 29, female, was not family, but she had become the kind of friend who showed up with contractor bags, ibuprofen, and coffee without asking what kind of help made you feel least pathetic. She was from Baltimore originally, worked as a physical therapist in Philly, and had followed me to Lancaster for the weekend after I admitted I was overwhelmed by the house and had eaten crackers for dinner 2 nights in a row. Me was downstairs in the dining room packing dishes and newspaper, unless she had left for more tape, or unless the bump had not been me. Me, Ryan called again. From below, faintly. What? You okay? I'm fighting a hutch. Mind your business. Ryan exhaled through his nose. She's alive. She's stronger than both of us, I said. Emotionally, yes. Physically, probably also. The calm came back in pieces. Ryan crouched by the cedar chest. The lid was still open, its hinges propped by an old strap of leather. Inside were layers of tissue, a folded garment bag, a small cardboard box tied with string, and a paper envelope so brittle at the corners it looked edible. I had opened the envelope first. It held a photograph, not a wedding portrait. Not exactly. A young woman stood in front of the farmhouse porch in the same dress I was wearing. Her hair was dark and pinned low at her neck. Her face had that fixed, overexposed brightness old photos give people, but her mouth was not smiling. A man stood beside her with his hand near her waist, but not touching. The porch behind them was recognizable. The turned posts, the stone step, the lilac bush that still grew wild and woody near the kitchen window. There was no writing on the back. When I had first found it, I thought the woman was Lydia. Then I looked closer. Lydia had been tall in every photo I'd seen, long-necked and narrow-shouldered. The woman in the picture was shorter, fuller in the face, with a small mole above her lip. She looked more like me than Lydia ever had. Not identical. That would be ridiculous, but similar enough that my hand went to my own mouth before I realized what I was doing. Ryan picked up the photo now. This her? He asked. I don't know. He looked from the picture to me, back again. His expression changed in a careful way. What? Nothing. Ryan, I mean, she looks like you. I know she looks like me. Okay, don't say it like that. Like what? Like I'm being dramatic. He held up both hands, photo pinched between 2 fingers. You are wearing a mystery bride's dress in a haunted-looking attic. I think a little dramatic is baked in. Not haunted. Fine, mildewed. I wanted to laugh. I almost did. But the dress pressed against my chest every time I inhaled, and I could feel my pulse where the collar touched the base of my throat. That was my private thing, though I hated calling it that. Tight spaces, tight clothes, anything that made me feel like I could not get out quickly enough. When I was 12, my older brother had shut me inside a cedar wardrobe during a hide and seek game and actually forgotten, for 20 minutes, while I sat folded between winter coats and smelled mothballs until my throat turned raw from yelling. We were adults now. He apologized at Thanksgiving whenever he got drunk enough. I told him it was fine. It was not fine. To this day, I bought coats a size too large. I left bathroom doors unlocked. I avoided elevators when I could do stairs without making it obvious. And now I was zipped into a dead woman's dress that fit as if it had waited with my measurements in mind. I should take this off, I said. Good plan. I reached behind me again. The zipper would not budge. At first I thought I had the angle wrong. Old zipper snag, fabric catches. I pinched the cloth away from the teeth and pulled down gently. Nothing. I pulled harder. The bodice jerked against my ribs. The zipper stayed put. Ryan's face sharpened. Stuck. Just caught. Turn around. I've got it, Mara. I hated the concern in his voice. It made my skin feel too small. I said, I've got it. The bulb above us made a faint electric buzz, an insect noise trapped in the glass. Somewhere in the insulation, a mouse scratched once and stopped. I tried again. The zipper cut into my fingers. Pain flashed hot under one nail. Damn it. Ryan moved behind me without asking this time. Hold still. I am holding still. You are vibrating. I'm not. You are absolutely vibrating. His fingers brushed the back of the dress, professional and careful, like he was handling a student's torn costume before opening night. He tugged once, then again slower. Huh, he said. Don't huh, it's jammed. No kidding. No, I mean it's not fabric. The pull's bent. That wasn't bent before. Maybe it was. It moved by itself. The words came out before I could weigh them. Ryan's hands stopped. I closed my eyes. Stupid. The attic suddenly felt smaller for having heard me say it. What moved by itself? He asked. The zipper. I opened my eyes and stared at the far wall where cardboard boxes slumped under their own age. When I reached for it, it went up. He did not laugh. That was worse. Static, he said after a moment. Static moved a zipper, or you thought you were pulling down and pushed up. I know how zippers work. I know. I'm just saying you're tired. There it was. The reasonable explanation. The one I had invited by sounding unreasonable. And he was not wrong. I had been sleeping in a house that still contained Lydia's medications on the kitchen counter, and her house slippers under the bed. Every drawer I opened felt like an intrusion. Every object asked me to decide whether it had meant enough to someone to keep. I was tired. I was raw. I had cried over a chipped mug that said Strasburg Railroad because Lydia had used it for tea in the mornings, and because I did not want to be the kind of person who threw away mugs. From below, me shouted, "Does anybody up there know why there's a whole drawer of keys labeled not these?" Ryan called back, "No." Very helpful, I almost smiled. Then me added, closer now, "Also, the front door just opened." Ryan and I froze. "What do you mean opened?" I called. "I mean it was closed," me said from the second floor landing, breath a little short. "And now it is open." "Wind," Ryan said. "No wind." I was standing next to it. The house answered with a long creak from somewhere below, the kind made by old wood adjusting under a person's weight. Except all three of us were upstairs. Ryan looked toward the stairs. I looked too. For a moment, the dress no longer mattered. Then it did, because when I tried to step forward, the train caught under the leg of the cedar chest and nearly pulled me backward. I grabbed Ryan's arm. My socked foot slid in dust. Pain sparked from the splinter. "Careful," he said. "I can't run in this. Nobody else running." "Somebody open the door." "Me," Ryan called louder. "Lock it." "I did," she said. Metal clicked below. Once. Twice. Then me appeared at the attic stairs, her short blonde hair shoved behind one ear, a roll of packing tape hanging from her wrist. She took in the scene. Ryan crouched behind me in the dress, the open cedar chest, the photograph on the floor where Ryan must have dropped it. Her mouth opened. "No," she said. "That's your whole comment?" I asked. have more, but I'm prioritizing. Why are you dressed like a porcelain cake topper? The zipper's stuck. Of course it is. Me climbed into the attic, her expression shifting from sarcastic to focused as she moved closer. Me had the calm hands of someone used to helping people stand when they were embarrassed by needing help. She smelled faintly like eucalyptus lotion and packing dust. "Turn," she said. I turned. She examined the zipper without touching it first. That was me. Assess, then act. "Pull S twisted," she said. "Fabric is caught under the slider. Not tragic. Do we have pliers?" "In the kitchen junk drawer," Ryan said. "There are 6 junk drawers in this house. The one with batteries. That narrows nothing." Another sound came from below. A soft scrape, not the front door this time, interior, wood against wood. Me's eyes lifted to mine. Ryan said, "Maybe a box shifted." "Maybe," Me said. Nobody moved. The bare bulb flickered once. Not off, just a dimming, a brownish pulse that made every object in the attic look wet for half a second. I heard myself breathing. Too fast. Through my mouth, Me noticed. "Hey," she said quietly. "Look at me. I'm fine. You're not, but you're here, feet on the floor. I need it off. We'll get it off. Now, then we need tools. I can rip it." "No, you can't," Ryan said. I turned on him. "Why not?" He glanced at the chest, at the photograph, at the careful tissue paper. "Because we don't know what it is yet." That annoyed me more than it should have because part of me agreed. The dress was not just a dress now. It was evidence of something. Not something impossible. Something human. Something stored away. Something Lydia had never told anyone. The sensible part of me wanted to cut myself out with kitchen shears and dump the whole thing into a donation bag. But another part, the broke, displaced, lonely part that had inherited a stranger-shaped house and wanted any map at all, wanted to know why a woman who never married had kept a wedding dress in her attic for 50 years. Me bent and picked up the photograph. "Oh," she said. Ryan watched her face. "Right," Me compared the photo to me. She tried to hide it and failed. "Could be family resemblance," she said. "Thank you for the least reassuring reassurance," I said. "There's writing?" Ryan asked. Me angled the picture toward the bulb. "No, but this corner is torn. Maybe it was in an album." The scrape came again. This time longer. All 3 of us turned toward the stairs. From somewhere below, a door eased shut. Not slammed. Eased, a slow press until the latch caught with a small, polite click. Me whispered, "Which door was that?" Ryan moved first. He crossed to the attic stairs and looked down through the opening. "Stay here," he said. "No," I said immediately. "Mara, you're stuck in a wedding dress with no shoes. I'm not staying alone in the attic." "Nobody said alone," Me said, but her voice had tightened. Ryan pulled his phone from his back pocket. "No signal up here." "There's Wi-Fi downstairs," I said, barely. "Call 911. He looked at me. I knew how it sounded. 3 adults in an old house, hearing doors and bumps, calling the police because a dress zipper jammed and the front door opened. I could already imagine the local officer standing in the entryway, polite and bored, taking in the boxes and dust, and our panic with practiced restraint. Me said, "Before we call anyone, let's check the doors and windows." "Thank you," Ryan said. "I didn't say wander around alone. I said check." "Together?" I asked. Me looked at the dress. together would mean me trying to navigate the pull-down attic steps in satin and socks, one hand holding the bodice away from my throat, the train dragging through insulation dust. It would be slow, awkward, dangerous. If someone was in the house, I would be the reason we could not move quickly. I hated that. Ryan seemed to think the same thing because he softened his voice. Me can stay with you. I'll grab pliers, check the first floor, and come right back. No. Mara, no splitting up. That's not horror movie logic. That's just basic safety. Me's mouth twitched despite everything. She's right. Ryan looked down the stairs again. The house below was dim and yellow, afternoon light caught behind old curtains. Nothing moved in the strip of hallway we could see. Then, from the kitchen, something chimed. Not a bell, my phone. I had left it on the counter beside Lydia's old ceramic fruit bowl. One chime, then another, a text, then a third. The sound floated up through the house, harmless and ordinary, which somehow made it worse. Ryan said, "Could be your mom. My mom calls. She doesn't text 3 times. The phone chimed again. Me looked at me. Do you want me to get it? The dress pressed around my waist like a hand. Downstairs, in the kitchen, my phone lit up with messages I could not read. The front door had opened. Some interior door had closed. The zipper was stuck. In the cedar chest, under the tissue paper, the small cardboard box tied with string sat unopened. And on the floor between us, the old photograph showed a woman who looked too much like me, standing in this same dress on the porch of this same house, not smiling beside a man whose face had been scratched nearly white. Ryan took one step toward the attic stairs. Me caught his sleeve. I looked from him to her, then to the cedar chest. We had 2 choices, both bad in their own quiet way. Go downstairs and find out what had moved through the house, or stay in the attic long enough to open the box Lydia had hidden under the dress. The phone chimed again. This time, beneath it, from somewhere below us, came the slow drag of something heavy across the kitchen floor, and none of us moved. The phone stopped chiming. That should have helped. It didn't. The quiet that followed had edges. It sat under the attic floorboards with the dust and the mouse droppings and the old house smell, waiting for one of us to decide what we believed. Because a phone making noise was normal. Doors moving in an old farmhouse could be normal. A dragging sound from the kitchen could be a chair shifting on a warped floor, or a cardboard box sliding off another box, or one of the stupid plastic tubs I'd stacked wrong because I was tired and impatient and wanted my aunt's life sorted into trash bags before it could sort me instead. But phones don't text themselves 5 times for no reason, and front doors don't open politely when the air is dead. Ryan was still 1 step from the attic stairs, his hand on the wooden rail, had 2 fingers curled in the sleeve of his sweatshirt, not holding him back exactly, but reminding him he had a body that could get hurt. I said, "Nobody goes alone." Ryan looked at me. "You can barely walk. I can walk. You tripped standing still. I slipped, in socks. Then get my shoes. They're under the dress." He was right. My sneakers sat beside the cedar chest, stupidly neat, gray laces tucked in. The hem of the dress pooled around them like spilled cream. I hated the dress then, Not in a spooky way. In a practical way, it was heavy. It was hot. It made me visible and slow and ridiculous. Me crouched and pulled one sneaker free, then the other. She tapped them together, sending down a little pepper of attic dust. "Sit," she said. "There's nowhere to sit. Chest. That thing probably has termites. Then fall through it dramatically, and we'll reassess." Her tone had the clipped calm she used when a patient tried to joke through pain. It made me obey. I lowered myself onto the cedar chest, gathering the skirt with both hands. The bodice pinched my ribs when I bent. My breath turned shallow. Me noticed, because of course she did. "Small breaths are fine," she said quietly. "Don't fight the dress. Just let your lungs do what they can." I hate that sentence. I know. Ryan kept watching the stairs. From below came another noise, lighter this time. A tap, then a pause, then 2 more taps, not footsteps. The kitchen window, maybe. A branch. A loose blind. Something outside nudged by weather. Except there was no wind. "We need the phone," I said. "We need pliers," Me said. "And shoes on you before you try those stairs. I need to see the texts. If someone is in the house, the texts can wait. If someone is in the house, the texts might tell us who," Ryan said. "Or your mother sent 6 articles about estate taxes. My mother doesn't know how to copy links." That almost got a smile out of him. Almost. Me slid my left foot into a sneaker and stopped when I hissed. "What, Splinter? Where?" "Ball of my foot." She looked at me like I had personally disappointed medical science. "How long?" "Since before the zipper." "And you were going to run downstairs." "I was going to descend with dignity." "You were going to bleed into antique satin and then get lockjaw from a farmhouse." "It's one splinter. It's one infected puncture if we ignore it." Ryan finally turned. "We prioritize the possible intruder over the splinter." "We can prioritize both," Me said. "People contain multiple problems." The tapping below came again. This time Ryan moved before either of us could argue. He crouched by a stack of boxes, grabbed a broken curtain rod leaning against the rafters, and held it like a bat. "Ryan," Me said. "What?" "That is aluminum. Great, light, and maneuverable. That thing would fold if you hit a spider. It's better than going down empty-handed." "No," I said, pulling my foot away from Me and jamming it into the sneaker myself. Pain sparked up my leg. "We call 911 first." Ryan checked his phone again. Still no signal. "Window," Me said. "Sometimes attics get better reception near the gable." We all looked toward the little triangular window at the far end of the attic. It was filmed with grime and half blocked by a rolled rug tied in twine. Beyond it, I could see only a dull piece of sky and the black wires running from the road to the house. The bulb buzzed overhead. Then it went out. Not flickered. Out. The attic dropped into dim gray, the kind of light that doesn't show corners. Me made a small sound, not a scream, more like her breath caught on a nail. Ryan swore under his breath. A second later, the power clicked off downstairs too. I heard it happen through absence. The refrigerator's hum vanished. The old HVAC unit stopped pushing air through the vents, and the whole house seemed to exhale into stillness. "Breaker," Ryan said. "Storm?" Me asked. There had been no storm. The air outside had been flat all day, low clouds sitting over the fields like dirty wool. "My laptop was charging downstairs," I said. Wi-Fi's gone. Me pulled out her phone. I have 1 bar. Call. She raised it higher. The screen lit her face from below, making her look tired and younger than she was. Come on, she muttered. Ryan came back from the stairs and stood beside her. Anything. 1 bar. No, wait, none. Try emergency call. Me did. We all listened to the tiny speaker. Nothing connected, just a failed tone, thin and useless. Okay, Ryan said. Now we have a concrete problem. I laughed once badly. Glad we waited for the house to make it official. He looked at me, and I regretted it. Me kept moving the phone around toward the gable window. The landline. There's one in Lydia's office, I said. But it's bundled with the internet, I think. You think? I wasn't planning a disaster drill. You inherited a rural house with bad cell service, Ryan said. A disaster drill would have been reasonable. I inherited it 4 days ago. Guys, me said. We both stopped. She had reached the gable window and pushed aside the rolled rug. Dust puffed up, dry and bitter. Wiped the glass with her sleeve. There's a truck outside. Ryan crossed to her. What? By the lilacs. Not in the driveway. I stood too fast. The dress yanked at my waist and nearly sat me back down. Me reached out without looking, steadying me with one hand. Describe it, I said. White pickup, older. No front plate that I can see. Parked near the side yard, half behind the lilac bush. Could be a neighbor. Neighbors use driveways. Ryan angled himself near the glass. I can't see the cab. My mouth had gone dry. Mrs. Donnelly. She drives a Subaru, me said. How do you know that? She brought banana bread yesterday in a Subaru. Right. The banana bread was still on the counter, wrapped in foil beside my phone. Ryan looked back at us. Did either of you notice a truck when we got here? No, me and I said together. Another sound came from below. A drawer sliding open, not scraping now, not settling. A drawer. Wood runners catching, then giving. Me whispered, kitchen. My phone was in the kitchen. The pliers might be in the kitchen. The junk drawers were in the kitchen. So was the side door that led to the cellar stairs. So was the old back porch with its rotting steps. So was the knife block, because Lydia had been 82 and alone and owned knives sharp enough to split tomatoes by weight. Ryan tightened his grip on the curtain rod. I said, we need to get out. Through the attic, he asked. There's no exit up here. Exactly. Then downstairs, me said, slowly. Together. And we do confront anyone. Ryan nodded. We go down, grab your phone, get outside, get to the road, call from there. My car keys are on the dining room table, me said. If the truck belongs to someone inside, my keys are in my coat, Ryan said. Coat S by the front door. I closed my eyes for half a second. That was the problem with ordinary life. You put useful things in normal places, and then normal places became traps. My keys are in my jeans, I said. Both of them looked at the dress. Which are? Ryan asked. Bathroom floor, second floor, me made a face. Why? Because I changed upstairs before coming to the attic. Into a wedding dress. I understand the timeline sounds bad. The drawer below shut. Then another opened. This one with a familiar rattle, utensils. Metal on metal. Ryan said, okay, new plan. We leave through the front door without keys and walk to Donnelly's. It's almost half a mile, I said. You can walk half a mile. Not fast, not in this. We cut the dress. With what? The attic scissors from the 19th century. Me crouched by the cedar chest and started searching around the floor. There has to be something sharp up here. Don't open more boxes, Ryan said. I'm not opening boxes. I'm looking for scissors, a seam ripper, anything. The sound from downstairs changed. Footsteps. Slow, not heavy, across the kitchen. Then into the hall. Not an animal, not a box. A person. My body understood before I did. It locked. Shoulders high, hands clamped in the satin, lungs measuring air by the teaspoon. Me saw me freeze. Mara, eyes on me. I can't. Yes, you can. I can't be stuck in this. I know. No, you don't. Her expression softened in a way that hurt worse than impatience. Then tell me what you need. I need it open. Okay, we don't have time. We make 10 seconds. Ryan was at the attic opening now, looking down through the dim stairwell. I don't see anyone. Me moved behind me. Hold your hair up. My hair is already up. Then hold still. She took the zipper between her fingers and worked it with careful pressure. Downstairs, a floorboard creaked in the second floor hallway. Ryan whispered, "Someone's coming up." Me pulled harder. Pain tore across the back of my neck where the collar bit. The zipper didn't move. "Mara," Ryan said, "I know. Now." Me stopped trying to save the fabric. She grabbed the zipper pull, braced one hand between my shoulder blades, and yanked. The sound was ugly. Metal twisting, teeth snapping, thread popping in quick dry bursts. The zipper came down 4 inches. Air hit my back. I almost sobbed. "Again," I said. Me yanked again. The pull broke off in her hand. For one breath, nobody moved. Then Ryan hissed, "Attic stairs." Now, a shadow shifted on the second floor landing below. Not a full person, just movement in the square of hallway visible through the attic hatch. Me shoved the broken zipper pull into her pocket and grabbed my arm. Ryan backed away from the opening, curtain rod lifted. I wanted to tell him not to. I wanted to say that if it was a neighbor or a confused contractor or some local teenager, swinging a curtain rod at them would turn fear into assault. But the words jammed behind my teeth. A voice came from below. Mara, my name, not shouted, not whispered, said like someone testing whether I was home. I gripped Me's wrist so hard she winced. Ryan's face had gone white around the mouth. "Who is that?" The voice came again, closer to the stairs. Male, older maybe, roughened at the edges. "Mara Whitcomb," Me leaned toward me. "Do you know him?" "No, I don't." Ryan called down, louder than I expected. "Who are you?" Silence. The attic felt suddenly exposed. The hatch was a mouth in the floor. The gray light from the gable window showed too much and not enough. The man below said, "I just need to talk." Ryan looked at us. Me mouthed no. I shook my head. Ryan called, "Then talk from there." A pause. Then the man said, "You shouldn't have opened that chest." Me's fingers tightened around my arm. A stupid, hysterical part of me thought, well, at least that answers whether he's selling solar panels. Ryan said, "We're calling the police." "No, you're not," the man said, not threatening, certain. That certainty did something to me. It made the fear colder, cleaner. He knew the power was out. He knew our phones weren't working, or he had guessed. Either way, he wasn't surprised. Me whispered, "Window." Ryan glanced back. The gable window was too small for any of us to climb through. The roof outside sloped steeply down toward a rusted gutter, but the window itself opened onto the side yard, toward the truck. If we could break it, We could scream. Maybe Mrs. Donnelly would hear. Maybe someone on the road. Maybe nobody. The man put a foot on the pull-down stairs. Wood groaned. Ryan lifted the curtain rod. "Stay back," he said. The man stopped. For a few seconds, we heard only his breathing below us. Not labored, patient. Then he said, "Is she wearing it?" Nobody answered. My skin prickled under the lace sleeves. Me whispered Mara behind me. "I can't move fast." Behind me anyway. The man began climbing again. Ryan swung before the man's head cleared the opening. Not to hit him directly, more to warn him off. The curtain rod cracked against the wooden stair frame and bent nearly in half with a hollow aluminum clank. The man flinched back. One hand appeared on the top step, gripping the edge. Big hand, dirty nails, a faded tattoo across the knuckles, letters blurred into blue smudges. Ryan swung again with the bent rod. This time the man caught it. Everything happened too fast after that. The rod jerked downward. Ryan lost his balance and slammed one knee against the attic floor. Me lunged to grab him. I stepped forward, and the dress snagged under my shoe, twisting me sideways. Pain flared in my foot. The man below used the second of chaos to climb 2 more steps. We saw his face. Late 50s, maybe early 60s. White, gray beard cut close to the jaw. Baseball cap pulled low. Weathered skin. A split in one eyebrow that looked old. Not huge, not monstrous. Not anything that belonged in a nightmare. Just a man. That was worse. A man with keys at his belt and dust on his jacket, climbing into my dead aunt's attic like he had done it before. Me grabbed a cardboard file box and shoved it toward the hatch. The box burst open as it fell, spilling yellowed utility bills, Christmas cards, and old bank statements down the stairs. The man swore and ducked. Ryan kicked the attic stair hinge. "Help me fold it," he said. "What? Fold the stairs?" Me understood first. She grabbed the side rail. Ryan grabbed the other. Together they heaved upward, trying to collapse the pull-down stairs with the man still on them. He shouted then, angry, not scared. The stairs bucked. The old springs screeched. The man's hand shot up, caught Me's ankle, and pulled. Me went down hard on one hip. I heard her pain before she spoke, a sharp, involuntary gasp. I moved without thinking. The dress slowed me, but not enough. I stepped on the fallen curtain rod, nearly slipped, and brought my heel down on the man's wrist where it hooked over the attic floor. He yelled and let go. Ryan and me shoved the stairs upward. The man dropped back. The folding ladder snapped shut with a bang that shook dust from the rafters. For one glorious second, the attic hatch was closed. Ryan dragged a trunk over it. Me crawled backward, clutching her ankle. "You okay?" I asked. "No," she said through her teeth, "but functional." Ryan threw another box onto the hatch, then another. "He knows your name." I gathered that. "He knows the chest." I gathered that too. Me pulled up the leg of her jeans. Red fingerprints were already forming around her ankle where he'd grabbed her. "We need out now." "How?" Ryan said. Me looked at the gable window. Ryan followed her gaze. "No, he'll come back up," Me said. "The roof's wet. It hasn't rained. Look at the moss on those shingles." I am not saying stroll around up there. I'm saying we use the window to get attention. Below us, something slammed against the attic hatch. The trunk jumped. I screamed. I hated that I did. Another slam. The boxes shifted. Ryan threw his shoulder against the trunk, pinning it in place. He's got something. A third hit landed, harder, metallic. The hatch door splintered at one corner, not fists. A tool. The man had gone for something downstairs. Crowbar, maybe. Tire iron. Something from the kitchen or cellar. That was our time limit then. Not imagined. Not dramatic. Wood, hinges, and however long Ryan's shoulder could hold. Me crawled to the cedar chest, rummaging with one hand while keeping weight off her ankle. There has to be something. Old houses have tools everywhere. He cut the power, Ryan said. He might have cut the phone line too. Don't make him more competent than we know. He came here with a truck and asked if she was wearing it. Fine. He is concerningly competent. Another blow cracked the hatch. A strip of wood lifted near the hinge. My breath shortened again. The collar pressed under my jaw. The half-open zipper gave me some room, but not enough. My body wanted to claw its way out of itself. Me looked at me sharply. Mara, I'm here, you're not. I'm here. Then do something useful, that box. What? She pointed to the small cardboard box still inside the cedar chest, tied with string. Why? Because he mentioned the chest. Maybe there's something in it that explains why he's here. Ryan grunted as another blow hit. We don't have time for genealogy. We don't have time not to know what he wants, me snapped. That was the choice, sharpened to a point. Go for the window, make noise, maybe draw help. Or open the box and learn why a stranger had cut our power, entered the house, and climbed toward me while I wore a dress that fit like a memory I didn't own. The hatch cracked again. Ryan slipped, caught himself, and shoved back with both hands. Pick one. My fingers went to the string. The knot had been tied carefully, twice around, then tucked under itself. My hands shook too much. I pulled. It tightened. Me handed me the broken zipper pull from her pocket. Use this. The little metal tab sliced under the old string. Fibers frayed. Snapped. Another hit from below. The trunk shifted an inch. Ryan said, Mara. I lifted the lid. Inside was not jewelry, not letters. It was a bundle of newspaper clippings, a tarnished brass key, and a Polaroid, so faded the colors had gone green around the edges. The top clipping showed a headline from the Lancaster New Era, dated June 1972. Local bride vanishes before ceremony. The Polaroid showed the attic. This attic, the cedar chest, sat open in the center of the frame. The wedding dress was spread across the floor. On the back, in Lydia's tight square handwriting, someone had written, If a Whitcomb woman finds this, do not let Earl see her in it. From below, the man drove the tool through the hatch, splitting the wood beside Ryan's hand. The brass key fell from the box and landed at my feet. And downstairs, through the broken gap in the hatch, the man said, calm as before, Mara, I know you found the key. The first plan was the window. It sounded sensible when me said it. Break the gable glass. Scream. Wave something pale from the attic so Mrs. Donnelly or a passing driver might notice. The attic faced the side yard, and beyond that was the gravel lane, then the road that cut between fields and dairy lots toward Strasburg Pike. It wasn't the middle of nowhere. Not really. There were mailboxes out there, telephone poles, houses set back behind windbreaks and split rail fences. Civilization existed in every direction. It just didn't exist close enough. Ryan had both palms braced against the trunk over the attic hatch. Every hit from below came through his body. I could see it in his shoulders. Bang. He flinched. Bang. A long splinter lifted from the hatch, curling up like a strip of bark. Window, me said again. Now, I bent for the brass key, but the dress fought me at the waist. The half-broken zipper had opened enough to let air against my back, but the bodice still held me stiff. I had to squat sideways like someone twice my age, fingers stretching until the key slid under my nails. It was heavier than it looked. Old brass, dark in the grooves. A small paper tag was tied to it with yellowed thread, but the writing had smeared to a brown blur. Mara, me snapped. I've got it. Then move. The attic ran the length of the farmhouse, low and narrow, with the pull-down stairs near the center. The cedar chest sat to the west side under the rafters. The gable window was at the north end, above the side yard and lilacs. To reach it, we had to weave between stacked apple crates, garment bags, a rolled oval rug, and 3 towers of plastic tubs that leaned like they were considering surrender. Me went first, limping hard. She tried to hide it, which only made it uglier. Her right foot barely touched the floor. Each step made her jaw tighten. I followed, lifting the dress with both hands. The train dragged behind me, sweeping dust, catching on corners. The lace cuffs stuck to sweat at my wrists. My left foot throbbed around the splinter, and every time I put weight on it, pain flared bright and specific. Behind us, Ryan grunted. Whatever you're doing, do it faster. I'm open to you holding the door and us not dying faster, me shot back. Another blow landed. The trunk shifted. Ryan shoved it back with his hip. Helpful. Me reached the gable window and tried the latch. It did not move. Of course it didn't. Old paint sealed the frame. The tiny lock was stiff with rust. She hooked her fingers under the lower sash and pulled. Nothing. Give me something, she said. I looked around. Boxes, hangers, a cracked lampshade, a ceramic Santa with one eye missing. My hands found the rolled rug. Too soft. A wooden crate. Too awkward. Then I saw an old flat iron on a shelf, black and heavy. The kind Lydia probably kept because someone before her had kept it. I grabbed it with both hands and nearly dropped it on my foot. Move, I said. Me leaned away. I swung the iron into the glass. It bounced. The sound was humiliating. A dull clonk, followed by a little sprinkle of paint dust from the frame. Me looked at me. Again, I know. I swung harder. This time the glass cracked in a white star. Down at the hatch, Ryan yelled. What was that? Progress, me said. The man below went quiet. That was worse than the banging. Me noticed too. Her eyes flicked toward the hatch. I hit the window again. The pane broke inward and outward at once, shards popping loose and skittering down the roof outside. Cold air pushed through, damp and smelling of mud, lilacs, and distant manure. I dropped the flat iron. It hit the floor with a thud that went through my knees. Me grabbed a folded sheet from a box labeled Linen's Good and shoved it through the broken pane, whipping it back and forth. Help, she screamed. Help us. Call 911. Her voice went thin outside, swallowed almost immediately by the yard. I leaned toward the window, careful of the jagged glass. The white pickup was below and to the left, parked half in weeds near the lilac bush. Its driver's door hung open. Beyond it, Lydia's side yard sloped toward the gravel lane, where my car, Ryan's hatchback, and me's blue Honda sat in a crooked row near the front porch. Farther out, the road was visible in short strips between trees. No cars passed. No neighbor appeared. Me screamed again. "Please, we need help." A dog barked somewhere far off. Once, twice, then stopped. For one moment, I thought a figure stood by the barn. The barn was southeast of the house, beyond the kitchen yard, its red siding gone brown with age. Between it and us stood a clothesline pole, 3 overgrown hydrangeas, and a rusted metal feeder Lydia had turned into a planter. The shape near the barn was pale and narrow, watching. My throat closed. "Me," I whispered. "What?" "There." She followed my gaze. The figure shifted. Not a person. A feed sack caught on a broken fence post, ballooning gently in air that I couldn't feel inside. The printed cow on the plastic front bent and straightened, bent and straightened like it was breathing. Me exhaled through her teeth. "Feed bag, I know, you didn't. I do now." That was the misdirection, stupid and ordinary and still effective enough to leave my knees watery. Then the banging resumed below. Harder. Ryan shouted, "Window isn't enough." Me pulled the sheet back in. A red line opened across her palm where a glass tooth caught her skin. "Damn it." I grabbed her wrist. "You're bleeding. It's shallow. It's dripping. It's shallow and dripping." Blood fell in small dark spots onto the attic floorboards. One landed on the hem of the dress and spread into the satin, a dull rust-colored bloom. Me saw it. We both did. Neither of us said anything. Ryan yelled, "Guys." The trunk jumped again, and one of the plastic tubs slid off the pile near him, bursting open. Old photo albums spilled across the floor. "Second plan," me said. "What second plan?" "Out the roof." "No, we can climb onto the porch roof from here." I looked outside. The gable window opened over the side roof, not the porch. Below the roofline was a narrow strip of gutter, then a drop into the side yard. 10 feet, 12. Enough to break an ankle. Enough to break more if you landed wrong in a dress. Ryan called from behind us, "Can you fit?" Me looked at the window, then at me. Oaken pane was small, but the whole sash might open if the paint gave. She grabbed the lower frame and pulled again. It groaned once, then stuck. I picked up the flat iron and used its edge like a hammer knocking paint from the sides. The frame shivered. Me pulled, I hammered. Splinters and chips flew. The old wood gave off a smell like wet cardboard. At the hatch, Ryan said, "He's prying the hinge." "Keep pressure on it," me said. "I am keeping pressure on it." The sash moved half an inch, then an inch, then stopped dead. Me shoved her fingers under it. Something's blocking it from outside. I looked through the jagged hole. A nail. Someone had driven a long nail through the outer frame into the sash, pinning the window shut from the exterior. Not old, not painted over. The head was shiny where the glass had broken near it. Me saw it too. "Oh," she said. It was such a small word for such a large change. The window hadn't just been stuck. It had been prepared. Ryan heard the tone in her voice. "What?" "Nailed shut," me said. He looked back at us, face slick with sweat. "From outside?" "Yeah, The attic seemed to tilt slightly. That was the first attempt failing. Not completely, we had air, a broken pane, a way to shout. But the house had answered with proof that someone had thought ahead. Someone knew the attic window mattered. Someone had come here before today, while Lydia's house sat empty, and made sure it would not become an exit. The man below struck the hatch again. This time, the metal tool punched through and stayed there. A curved claw, maybe the end of a crowbar, jutted up near Ryan's knee. Ryan kicked it. The tool vanished with a scrape. "Third plan," he said. "We stopped being trapped." Me looked around, frantic now, in a controlled way. There has to be another access point. Old farmhouses sometimes have knee wall storage, crawl-throughs, vents. Lydia had roof work done, I said suddenly. Both of them looked at me. "What?" Ryan said. "She had roof work done. My mom mentioned it, after a leak. There was a contractor invoice in one of the kitchen folders. And there's a scuttle panel." I turned, scanning the rafters. When I was little, Lydia had once yelled at me for playing near the little roof door. I remembered because she never yelled. She had gripped my wrist hard enough to leave a crescent from her thumbnail and said, "Not there, Mara. Never there." For years, I'd thought she meant a closet. Now I saw it. At the far south end of the attic, beyond the chimney stack, half hidden behind garment bags and an old crib frame, was a low rectangular panel in the knee wall. Not an exit to outside exactly, but maybe access to the eaves. Maybe a route over the kitchen addition. Maybe nothing. "There," I said. Me followed my finger. "Can you get through it?" "Maybe. In the dress." I didn't answer. Ryan's laugh came out strained. "We need to cut the dress." "With what?" I asked. He held up the jagged, broken zipper pull. "Not enough." "The clippings," Ryan said. "In the box. Anything else? Razor, knife, sewing kit." I dropped to my knees beside the cedar chest and searched the cardboard box again. Clippings, Polaroid, the brass key, a brittle church program, a folded county map. No knife. Another hit below. The hatch frame split along one side. Ryan stumbled backward, then slammed himself into the trunk again. "Mara, I'm looking." My fingers closed around the church program. I nearly threw it aside, but a name caught my eye. St. Anselm's Lutheran Church, June 17, 1972, marriage of Evelyn Hart and Earl Voss Evelyn Hart. Not Lydia. Not Whitcomb. Under the program, folded into quarters, was a newspaper clipping with a photograph of a young woman. Same mole above her lip. Same full face. Same unsmiling mouth. Evelyn Hart, 22, last seen Saturday morning at the Whitcomb farm, where she had been staying with friend Lydia Whitcomb before her wedding ceremony. Authorities have not ruled out voluntary disappearance. My hands went numb around the paper. Ryan said, now would be a good time for relevant discoveries only. She wasn't family, I said. What? The bride, Evelyn Hart. She stayed here, with Lydia. Me crouched beside me, breathing hard through pain. Why would Lydia have the dress? I don't know. A bang. The trunk shifted 2 inches. The hatch opened a crack beneath it. One blue-gray eye appeared through the gap. Me made a sound like she'd been punched. Ryan threw his weight down. The gap shut. The man below laughed once. Not loud, not theatrical. Just a tired little breath of amusement, and I hated him for it. He said, "You're making this worse." Ryan shouted, "Back away from the door." "It isn't a door," the man said. It's a hatch. Me whispered, pedantic lunatic. I looked down at the map in my hand. Lancaster County, old fold lines soft with use. A pencil mark circled the Whitcomb farm. Another circled St. Anselm's. A third marked something west of the property, near a creek. On the margin, Lydia had written, Earl uses the cellar when watched. The cellar. My mind ran through the house. Attic above second floor. Pull down stairs into upstairs hallway. Main stairs down to front hall. Kitchen at the back. Cellar stairs off the kitchen, behind the narrow door with the sliding bolt. When we first arrived, that door had been stuck swollen shut. Yesterday, Ryan got it open and found canned peaches from 1998, a dead dehumidifier, and stone steps slick with mineral damp. He joked that horror basements were never up to code. I hadn't gone down. I didn't like spaces that narrowed around you. Cellar, I said. Me looked at me. What about it? There might be a way out. Ryan said, you want to go down. Number Lydia wrote Earl uses the cellar when watched. That sentence landed badly. Me's face tightened. Could mean he knows another entrance. Bilko doors, Ryan said. Old houses have outside cellar doors. This one does, I said. On the east side, near the kitchen garden. Were they locked? I don't know. They were covered with a tarp. Me closed her eyes for half a second. So he could have come in through the cellar, moved through the kitchen, opened the front door from inside to make us think. Or to give himself an exit, Ryan said. Another blow. This one splintered the hatch enough that dust and chips burst upward around the trunk. Ryan coughed. The trap tightened in my head until I could see the map of it clearly. Attic blocked, window nailed, stairs under attack, power cut, phones useless, possible cellar access controlled by him. Our obvious exits belonged to the man below. Me said, scuttle panel. Move. That was the second plan then. Not escape through the window. Not call for help. Get through the knee wall, find another route, maybe reach the roof over the kitchen addition or some crawl space above the back porch. We ran badly. Ryan couldn't leave the hatch until we had cleared a path. Me and I dragged boxes away from the south wall. My dress caught on a rusty crib spring and tore with a long hiss. Good. Let it tear. Let the whole thing come apart. Me found a bent screwdriver in an old coffee can full of picture hooks. She jammed it into the scuttle panel seam and pried. Her injured hand left blood on the wood. Careful, I said. She gave me a look. With which part? The panel popped open. Darkness breathed out. Not much space. A triangular crawl under the slope of the roof, barely 3 feet high, packed with insulation, dust, and old wiring. It ran above the kitchen addition toward the east side of the house. Me shined her phone light inside. Battery at 12%. Crawlable, she said. Awful, but crawlable. Ryan backed toward us, dragging one last plastic tub onto the hatch. Go, you first, Me told me. No, you're hurt. Exactly. If I get stuck, you two can pull me back. If you get stuck, we all die politely around you. She's right, Ryan said. I hate when people agree over my corpse. Me shoved the brass key into my hand. Keep this. Don't drop it. I got down on my hands and knees. The dress made it almost impossible. The skirt bunched under me. The bodice dug into my stomach. The lace snagged on splinters around the panel. I pulled forward, and the train caught behind me, yanking tight around my hips. "I'm stuck," I said. Me grabbed fabric and tore. Ryan helped, ripping the satin up the back seam where the zipper had already failed. Threads snapped. The sound was intimate and violent, like something being skinned. The dress loosened. I crawled. Insulation scratched my wrists. Dust filled my mouth. The crawl space smelled of mice, hot tar, and old wood wet from some leak long dried. My phone wasn't with me. Me's light bobbed behind, throwing my shadow ahead in jerks. The space narrowed near the chimney. My shoulders brushed both sides. I stopped. Not because I wanted to, because my body refused. The old wardrobe memory rose whole and physical. Winter coats against my face, mothball taste, my own 12-year-old fists banging until they bruised. I could hear my brother laughing somewhere far away, then not laughing, then forgetting. Me's voice came behind me. "Mara, keep going. I can't." "Yes, you can. I can't fit. You are fitting. I'm not. You are literally ahead of me, so the evidence is against you." A slam behind us. Ryan cursed. "He's through the first layer," Me's voice sharpened. "Mara, move." I pressed my forehead to the dusty board under me. Ahead, the crawl space opened slightly. I could see it. Maybe 6 feet. Then a vented access grate with evening light behind it. Outside air. A way out, or at least a way to see. My ribs fought the dress. My throat worked around nothing. Me lowered her voice. "Mara, listen. Not the whole crawl space. Just that nail head in front of your right hand. Get to that." I looked. A nail head, rusted and round, stuck from the board 6 inches ahead. I moved to it. Good. Now the next one. Behind us, wood cracked. The hatch gave way with a crash that shook the attic. Ryan shouted and scrambled into the scuttle behind me. He's in. The point of no return arrived without drama. A hand reached into the crawl space behind Ryan and grabbed the torn train of the wedding dress. The pull slammed through all of us. My waist jerked backward. Me fell into Ryan. Ryan kicked blindly, yelling. I clawed at the floorboards, splinters driving under my nails. The man had the dress. Not me. The dress. He pulled again, using the fabric like a rope. Something in the bodice tore, opened down my back. Air hit skin. I surged forward with everything I had, me shoving my legs, Ryan kicking behind her, the 3 of us moving like one panicked animal through the dark. The satin ripped loose with a sound like a flag tearing in wind. We spilled toward the vented grate at the far end of the crawl space, unable to go back because the man was behind us now, inside the attic, close enough that I could hear him breathing through the scuttle panel. And then the grate in front of me shifted inward before I touched it. A face appeared on the other side. I screamed so hard my throat scraped. The face screamed too. Then a woman's voice gasped, Mara, Mara, it's Mrs. Donnelly. Don't move, the roof edge is rotten. Through the slats, I saw the pale oval of her face, a headlamp strapped crooked across her gray hair, and behind her the slant of the kitchen addition roof. Mrs. Donnelly had heard us after all. For half a second, relief took the bones out of me. Then Earl, or the man who might be Earl, hit the crawl space behind us, crawling in after Ryan, and Mrs. Donnelly looked past my shoulder into the dark. Her expression changed. Oh God, she whispered. He found the dress. There was no retreat now. The attic was behind us, occupied. The crawl space was too narrow to turn around. The roof ahead was rotten. Me was injured. Ryan was trapped between us and the man. And Mrs. Donnelly, who clearly knew more than she had ever said over banana bread, was reaching for the grate with shaking hands as the whole panel began to give way beneath her. Mrs. Donnelly's hands were shaking so badly she fumbled the first latch. "Don't pull the whole grate," Ryan hissed behind me. "If the roof's rotten." "I know what rotten means," she snapped, and for one clean second she sounded exactly like a retired school nurse who had spent 40 years telling men not to explain bandages to her. Then the house groaned behind us. Not below, behind. The man was in the crawlspace. The narrow tunnel had changed the sound of him. In the attic, he had been bangs and tools and a patient voice below a hatch. In the eaves, he was breath. Knees on boards. One hand forward, then the drag of his other arm. The rasp of his jacket against fiberglass. He was too large for the space, same as us, but determination made him fit. Ryan was last in line, half twisted, one shoulder jammed against the sloping roof. Me was between us, her injured ankle tucked awkwardly under her, blood from her palm smeared across a joist. I was at the grate, face full of cold outside air and Mrs. Donnelly's headlamp glare. The wedding dress, torn up the back and caught around my waist, trailed behind us like something dead being dragged. The man's hand appeared near Ryan's shoe. Ryan kicked backward. A dull thud, a grunt. "Move," Ryan said. Mrs. Donnelly got the latch free. The small access grate swung inward 2 inches and stopped against my shoulder. "Back up," she said. "I can't," I said, then turned sideways. "There is no sideways." Me shoved at my hip. "Make one." I pressed my body flat against the left board, cheeks scraping dust, and pulled my knees under me. The dress snagged. I heard fabric rip again. Good. Let it rip. I shoved one arm through the opening, then my head, then my shoulders. Outside air hit me properly. The crawl space opened onto a narrow service ledge under the eave of the kitchen addition. Not a real roof, not a place meant for people. Below, the kitchen garden lay 15 feet down, a black rectangle of wet soil, dead tomato cages, and the tarp-covered cellar doors. To the right, the slope of the addition roof dropped toward the back porch. To the left, the gutter sagged loose from the fascia. Mrs. Donnelly crouched on an extension ladder braced against the side of the house, 1 foot on a rung, 1 knee on the roof edge. She wore a red raincoat over a nightgown and rubber boots. Her gray hair stuck out under the headlamp. She looked terrified and furious. "Careful," she said. "Only step where I point." I slid onto the ledge and immediately felt the board flex. A soft crack came from underneath me. I froze. Mrs. Donnelly grabbed the front of the dress. "Not there. I'm trying not to be there. Shift left, left. My left or yours, toward the chimney." Behind me pushed through the grate with a strangled breath. She landed half on me, half on the roof edge, and bit back a cry when her ankle twisted. Ryan shouted from inside. The man had his leg. "Ryan," me screamed. Ryan's face was turned toward us, teeth bared, one hand clawing for the edge of the grate. The other disappeared into darkness behind him. "Go," he shouted. "Shut up," Me said, and lunged back through the opening. She grabbed his wrist. I grabbed her belt. Mrs. Donnelly grabbed the back of my dress. The man pulled. For a second, we were just a chain of bad decisions over a rotten roof. Ryan screamed, not fear, pain. His shoe came off inside the crawlspace. His socked foot shot free, and he slammed forward into me. All three of us spilled onto the ledge. The roof bored under my left knee split. I dropped. Not far. My knee punched through rotten sheathing, shin hanging into empty air above the kitchen ceiling. Pain flashed white and immediate. I caught the gutter with both hands. It tore loose with a shriek of metal. Mrs. Donnelly threw herself backward, hauling me by the torn bodice. The gutter ripped away and clattered into the garden below. Me grabbed my arm. Ryan grabbed me. For a few seconds, all we did was pant against one another in the wet evening air. Then the man's face appeared at the grate. Not Earl, I thought suddenly. Not old enough. Late 50s, yes. Maybe early 60s. Earl Voss would have been in his 70s by now if he had been Evelyn's age. This man's face was familiar in a way I couldn't place. His cap had come off in the crawlspace. Gray hair plastered to his forehead. A smear of blood crossed one eyebrow where Ryan had kicked him. His eyes went straight to the brass key in my clenched hand. "You don't know what that is," he said. Mrs. Donnelly's voice went hard. "Dale." The name struck him. Dale. He looked at her then. Really looked. "Clara," he said. Clara Donnelly, 76, female, from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, was my great-aunt's neighbor. The woman who had brought banana bread wrapped in foil and asked too casually whether I planned to stay long. Until that moment, I had only understood her as kind in a local, practical way. Now she looked like somebody standing at the edge of a hole she had helped cover. Me whispered, "You know him." Mrs. Donnelly didn't take her eyes off him. "Dale Voss, Earl's nephew." Dale smiled, but it didn't settle right. "You always did talk too much." Ryan, still gasping, said, "Police are coming." "They aren't," Dale said. Mrs. Donnelly said, "Mine are." Dale's smile vanished. She lifted one shaking hand and showed him an old flip phone. "Called from my kitchen before I came over. Told dispatch there was a break-in at Lydia Whitcomb's and a man on the property. They have your truck description." For the first time, Dale looked uncertain. Not scared enough, but uncertain. That bought us maybe one breath. Then he shoved the grate wider and started forcing himself through. Mrs. Donnelly grabbed the ladder. Down, now. Ryan went first, because he could still move fastest despite one bare foot. He climbed down 2 rungs, then reached up for me. She tried to follow and nearly folded when her injured ankle took weight. "Don't step on it," Ryan said. "I know how ankles work. You keep proving otherwise. Fight later." I turned to the ladder, but the dress caught again. Not on a nail, on Dale. He had reached through the grate and grabbed the torn satin train. His knuckles whitened around it. "Take it off," he said. I stared at him. "What?" "The dress. Take it off and give me the key." Mrs. Donnelly shouted, "Do not give him anything." Dale pulled the fabric. My waist slammed back against the roof edge. Pain ripped across my knee where the broken board had cut it. I grabbed the bodice with one hand and the brass key with the other. "Why?" I shouted. "What does it open?" Something your aunt should have burned. Then why do you want it? His face twisted. Because she didn't have the right to keep it. Me was halfway down the ladder looking up. Mara cut the dress. With what? Ryan, below her, patted his pockets like a man expecting a miracle and finding lint. Mrs. Donnelly reached into her raincoat pocket and pulled out garden pruners. Of course she did. They were small, orange-handled, their blades dark with sap. She shoved them into my hand. Cut. Dale saw and lunged farther through the grate, chest scraping the frame. I hacked at the satin. The pruners were meant for stems, not bridal fabric, and the dress was layered, stubborn, thick with old seams. The blades chewed more than sliced. Dale pulled again. I slid backward. Mrs. Donnelly grabbed my elbow, but her boots skidded on the damp shingles. Ryan climbed back up 2 rungs and braced his shoulder under the ladder, holding it steady. Me reached up despite the distance. Mara, I cut again. A strip gave. Dale's hand shot forward, no longer grabbing the dress but my wrist. His fingers closed over the brass key. Everything narrowed to that grip. Not the roof, not the sirens I still couldn't hear, not the smell of wet shingles and mud. Just his hand around mine, squeezing bone, trying to pry my fingers open one by one. I thought of the wardrobe, the coats, the dark, the way I had screamed until I became embarrassed by my own screaming. The way afterward everyone said, "You're okay now," as if okay was a room you could be placed back into. I was not okay, but I was not 12 either. I bent forward and bit Dale's hand. Hard, skin split under my teeth. Blood and dirt flooded my mouth. He yelled and let go of the key. Then he punched me, not dramatically, not with a villain's flourish, just a short, panicked strike from a man trapped halfway through a window, and it caught my cheekbone hard enough to turn the world into sparks. I fell sideways. Mrs. Donnelly screamed my name. Me screamed too. The roof edge vanished under my hip. Ryan left the ladder. He caught me by the torn dress. The fabric held for half a second, then ripped all the way across my waist. I dropped against the ladder with a force that punched the air from me. One rung slammed my ribs. Another caught my thigh. Ryan's arm wrapped around my middle from below and pinned me there. For a moment, neither of us could move. "Got you," he said, breathless. The words were shaky. Not heroic, not enough, but real. Above us, Dale had the torn train in one fist, and his bleeding hand clamped against his chest. He looked from the fabric to me, and something in his expression changed. He realized the dress was no longer on me, not fully. The bodice hung open, ruined. The skirt was shredded at one side. I was in my tank top and leggings underneath, because thank God I had been too lazy to change properly before trying it on. The dress had become cloth again. Dale stared like I had robbed him. Mrs. Donnelly seized that second. She swung the pruners not at his face, but at his reaching hand. The blades snapped shut across his fingers. He howled and jerked back into the crawl space. "Down," Mrs. Donnelly yelled. We went, badly. Ryan half carried me down the ladder. Me got down one rung at a time, biting her sleeve to keep from crying out. Mrs. Donnelly followed last, faster than she had any right to move, then stumbled when her boots hit the kitchen garden. We stood on the east side of the farmhouse, beside the tarp-covered cellar doors. The kitchen windows above us were dark. The back porch was to our right, sagging and slick with moss. The Lilacs and Dale's pickup were around the corner to the north. Our cars were on the gravel lane past the front porch. The road was too far. Me could barely walk. Ryan had one shoe. I had one bleeding knee, one throbbing cheek, a splintered foot, and the brass key still in my fist. Then the cellar doors rattled. All four of us turned. The tarp shifted. Someone had left the outside cellar doors unlatched, or Dale had opened them earlier. The metal handles jumped once from inside. Mrs. Donnelly whispered, "No." Ryan grabbed a broken tomato stake from the garden. Me said, "Please tell me police are close." "They said units were out near Quarryville," Mrs. Donnelly said. "Could be 10 minutes, could be 20. Dale's voice came from above, through the broken crawlspace grate. "You can't leave with that." He was still in the house. But the cellar doors rattled again. Not Dale, another person. My thoughts stumbled. Then Mrs. Donnelly said, "Earl." The name went through all of us. The left cellar door lifted 2 inches. A hand appeared under it, older than Dale's, spotted, thin, but strong enough to push. Ryan backed up. "How many vases are in this house?" Mrs. Donnelly's face had gone gray. Earl never left the area. Lydia knew. She tried to prove what he did, but he always had family covering for him. "What did he do?" I demanded. The cellar door lifted higher. A face emerged into the wet garden light. Ancient, narrow, furious. White hair pasted to his skull. Earl Voss, male, mid-70s, from Lancaster County, was not the tall man scratched out of the photograph anymore. Time had shrunk him, but it had not softened anything important. His eyes found me first, then the key. "You're not Evelyn," he said. "No," I said. His gaze dropped to the ruined dress around my legs. "But close enough." That was the moment I understood the truth in outline, not detail. Evelyn had looked like me. Maybe enough for some old obsession to sharpen when Dale saw my car arrive 4 days ago. Maybe enough for Lydia to warn any Whitcomb woman who found the dress. Maybe Lydia had not been protecting a family curse. Maybe she had been protecting evidence from men who treated women like unfinished business. Earl pushed the cellar door wider. Behind us, Dale was moving inside the house toward the kitchen stairs. We could hear him now. A crash, a curse, footsteps overhead. We were between them. Cellar below, house above, garden open but muddy, me injured. No clear route to the road before one of them reached us. The brass key dug into my palm. "What does it open?" I asked Mrs. Donnelly. She stared at Earl, the spring house, the creek mark on the map. She nodded once. "Lydia said he hid things there. She never found the nerve to go after Evelyn vanished. Then she got old, then scared, then dead." Earl's mouth moved around his dentures. "Liar," Mrs. Donnelly said. "You buried her veil there, didn't you?" For the first time, Earl looked away. That was enough. Not proof, not closure, but enough. Ryan lifted the tomato stake. Me limped closer to me. "We run." I looked at her ankle. Ryan's bare foot, Mrs. Donnelly's shaking hands, my own knee dripping blood into the mud. "No," I said. I raised the brass key and threw it as hard as I could. Not toward the road, not toward Earl, toward the old well beyond the kitchen garden. It wasn't a real open well anymore, just a waist-high stone ring capped with a warped wooden cover near the hydrangeas. Lydia had told me as a kid not to climb it because the cap was rotten. The key hit the wooden cover, bounced once, then slipped through a black gap between two boards. Gone. For one stunned second, both men forgot us. Earl screamed. A raw, ugly sound. Dale burst out the kitchen door onto the back porch, one hand wrapped in a dish towel red with blood. He looked at Earl. Earl pointed at the well. Dale ran for it. The porch step broke under him. His leg punched through to the shin. He went down hard, face striking the railing with a crack I felt in my teeth. Ryan moved. He grabbed the tarp from the cellar doors and flung it over Earl, not gently. Me, injured or not, slammed her shoulder into the right cellar door, knocking it down over Earl's arm. Earl howled. Mrs. Donnelly grabbed the outside bolt and drove it through the hasp. It didn't lock him in completely. The old doors shook under him, but they held. Dale tried to pull his leg free from the broken porch. Ryan hit him with the tomato stake across the shoulder, not enough to break bone, enough to drop him back. Dale grabbed the stake. They struggled. I picked up the fallen garden pruners and pressed the closed blades against Dale's wrist where Mrs. Donnelly had cut him earlier. "Let go," I said. He looked at me then. Really looked. Maybe he saw Evelyn. Maybe he saw nobody. I didn't care. I pressed harder. He let go. Far away, finally, sirens rose along the county road. Thin at first, then fuller, bending through the fields. Dale heard them. Earl heard them. We all heard them. For a second, nobody moved. Then Ryan sat down hard in the mud. Me lowered herself beside him, shaking. Mrs. Donnelly kept both hands on the cellar bolt as Earl kicked underneath it, each hit weaker than the last. I stood in the ruined wedding dress, cheeks swelling, knee bleeding, ribs burning, and listened to police tires crunch onto Lydia's gravel lane. The conflict ended there, if ending means the men stopped reaching us. But when I looked back at the well, at the dark gap where the key had vanished, I understood I had not thrown away the past. I had only dropped it somewhere deeper. The first officer through the kitchen garden slipped in the mud and said, "Jesus," like a man who had expected a burglary, and found a family reunion at the bottom of a ditch. His name was Officer Miles Brenner, 42, male, from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. And he came in with one hand on his holster and the other held out as if the whole yard might crack open under him. Behind him were two more deputies, their flashlights cutting hard white lines over the cellar doors. The broken porch, Dale Voss curled around his trapped leg. Mrs. Donnelly, with both palms pressed to the outside bolt. Me sitting in the wet dirt, Ryan barefoot and shaking, and me standing in half a wedding dress with blood drying on my knee. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Earl kicked the cellar doors from underneath. The metal jumped. Officer Brenner drew his weapon. So did the deputies. Their radios crackled. Someone shouted, "Hands where I can see them," which made no sense because Earl was still under the doors. But fear makes people reach for the phrases they know. Mrs. Donnelly stepped back only when a deputy took her place at the bolt. "He's under there," she said. "We see that, ma'am." "No," she said, voice flat and sharp. "You don't." The deputy glanced at her, then at the cellar doors, and seemed to understand that she was not talking about location. Dale tried to say his leg was broken. It wasn't, though the paramedics later told him he had a bad sprain, a gashed shin, 2 broken fingers, and a cut on his hand that needed stitches. He still made enough noise for 3 people while they freed him from the porch. Earl, when they pulled him out of the cellar, came up quiet. He had mud on one side of his face and a yellowed undershirt visible under his flannel. He looked frail until he saw me. Then his mouth moved. Not words at first. Just my name, except it wasn't my name. "Evelyn," he said. Officer Brenner turned toward me. "Do you know him?" "No." Earl smiled with one side of his mouth. "That's not true." Me from the ground said. She said no. Her voice was weak but steady. She had her injured ankle propped on Ryan's rolled-up sweatshirt, and she kept flexing her fingers around the cut in her palm like she was checking that her hand still belonged to her. An ambulance came next, its red lights slipping over the farmhouse windows. The whole property pulsed with color. Red on white siding, blue across mud, red again in the broken glass of the kitchen door. The siren had stopped by then, but my ears kept inventing it. They took me first because she was the most obviously unable to argue. She argued anyway. "I can walk," she said. The paramedic, a woman named Tessa Klein, 36, female, from Lancaster, looked at me's ankle and said, "Not tonight." Ryan went in the second ambulance after they saw the sole of his bare foot. He had stepped on glass or a nail, or both, coming down from the ladder, and the bottom of his foot was a messy red map he hadn't noticed until someone made him sit down. He kept apologizing for bleeding on the garden. I refused the stretcher until Tessa touched my cheek, and I flinched so hard my teeth knocked together. "Okay," she said softly. "You're coming too. I'm fine." People who are fine don't say it with one eye swelling shut. "I need to talk to the police." "You can talk after we clean the dirt out of your knee." Officer Brenner took my statement in pieces while I sat on the ambulance bumper, wrapped in a gray blanket that smelled like disinfectant and plastic. The torn dress lay in a heap 10 feet away, where a deputy had asked me to step out of it and bagged it like evidence. I had leggings on under it, thank God, and me's spare hoodie over my tank top. But I still felt naked in the yard, stripped of something that had not been mine and still had touched me too closely. I told him about the attic, the dress, the photograph, the power going out, Dale coming up through the house, the crawl space, the key. When I got to the key, Officer Brenner looked toward the old covered well. "You threw it in there." He was grabbing me. "I'm not criticizing. It sounded like you were. It's going in a report, Ms. Whitcomb. Reports make everything sound stupid." That was the first thing anyone said that felt completely true. They recovered the key the next morning. Not easily. The old well wasn't a well anymore, technically. It had been capped over a narrow stone-lined cistern, half filled with rainwater, leaves, and things people had dropped or hidden, because old houses teach families to use holes as storage. A county rescue worker lifted the rotted cover, and the smell that came up was cold and mineral and faintly rotten, like wet coins and dead roots. I stood 20 feet away because that was as close as my body would allow. The key came out hooked on a magnet line, black with sludge, but intact. By then, I had 7 stitches in my knee, a bruised cheekbone, 2 cracked ribs from the ladder, and a prescription I didn't want to take because I was afraid of sleeping too deeply in that house. Me had a sprained ankle, 6 stitches in her palm, and a purple handprint blooming above her sock. Ryan had a puncture wound in his foot, a swollen knee, and a new silence that sat behind his jokes. Dale and Earl were both in custody by sunrise. The legal part did not unfold like television. Nobody gathered us in a room and explained the whole past in a clean timeline. Instead, facts arrived in scraps through Officer Brenner, through a detective named Elena Mercer, 45, female, from York, through public records, through Mrs. Donnelly's guilty little offerings over coffee she did not drink. Evelyn Hart had been 22 when she vanished on June 17, 1972, the morning she was supposed to marry Earl Voss at St. Anselm's Lutheran. She had stayed the night before at Lydia's farmhouse because she and Lydia were friends from secretarial school. The official theory at the time was cold feet. Evelyn had no car, but a Greyhound driver thought he might have seen her in Lancaster. Someone said she had family in Ohio. Someone else said she was pregnant. Her parents died without knowing. Mrs. Donnelly was 19 then, newly married to the man whose property bordered Lydia's. She remembered seeing Earl's truck by the Whitcomb barn before dawn. She remembered Lydia standing on the porch in her nightgown, screaming at him to leave. She remembered telling her own husband, who told her to keep out of it because Voss trouble sticks. And I did, Mrs. Donnelly said, sitting at Lydia's kitchen table 2 days after the arrest. Her hands surrounded a mug of tea gone untouched. God help me, I did. The kitchen had been cleaned enough to use, but not enough to forget. Fingerprint powder smudged the drawer pulls. A strip of yellow tape still hung by the cellar door. My phone sat on the counter in a plastic evidence bag, returned after they copied whatever they needed. The unread texts had been from my mother. First, did you find the cedar chest yet? Then, Mara, call me when you do. Then, I should have told you something about Lydia. Then, I'm sorry. Call me. My mother, Patricia Whitcomb, 63, female, from Pittsburgh, and currently living in Florida, flew in the next afternoon with a wheeled suitcase and the look of someone who had rehearsed an apology and discovered reality had more blood in it than expected. She said Lydia had called her once, years ago, after my grandmother died. Lydia had been drinking. She told my mother there was proof in the house that if the Voss men ever knew a Whitcomb woman had come back, they might come looking. My mother thought she was confused. Mom said, "Did you?" I asked. She folded a napkin into a smaller and smaller square. I thought she was lonely. That was worse, somehow. Not cruelty, not betrayal. Just the ordinary failure to believe a frightened woman. The brass key opened the spring house. Police searched it on the 3rd day. I did not go. Me did, on crutches, because me trusted nobody to explain anything correctly. Ryan went with her, partly to help, and partly because he could not stand being left with his own imagination. They told me later, sitting on the back steps, while crime scene techs moved in and out of the barn, that the spring house sat in a hollow near Pequia Creek, its stone walls furred with moss, water running cold through a shallow channel in the floor. The lock had been newer than the door, probably installed sometime in the 80s. Inside, behind a loose stone, investigators found a metal lunchbox wrapped in oilcloth. Not a body. That was the first mercy. Inside the lunchbox were a lace veil, brittle at the comb, a set of pearl earrings, a torn photograph of Evelyn and Earl with his face scratched away, and 4 letters Evelyn had written to Lydia. The letters said enough. Not everything, but enough. Evelyn was afraid of Earl. She had planned to call off the wedding. Lydia had promised to help her leave that morning. The last letter ended mid-sentence. There were also 2 photographs, Polaroids, later. The police would not show them to us. Detective Mercer only said they supported reopening Evelyn's case as a homicide investigation, and that Dale had likely inherited the burden of hiding evidence from his father's side of the family. Earl, old and mean, and not as confused as he tried to appear, had kept track of the spring house for decades. Lydia had taken the key at some point and hidden it with the dress, maybe because she wanted proof, maybe because she was too scared to use it. Dale started watching the farmhouse after Lydia died. He saw my car. Then he saw me. I asked Detective Mercer the question I hated most. Did he come because I look like Evelyn? She did not answer quickly. He claims he came because he believed you had found property belonging to his family. That's not an answer. No, she said. It is. The dress became evidence too. The stains, the tears, the old seams, the new blood. A textile analyst from Harrisburg said it had been altered extensively, probably more than once. The measurements matched Evelyn S. as far as anyone could estimate from old photos and Lydia's notes. The fact that it fit me was strange, only in the way family resemblance and old tailoring can be strange. No mystery there. No ghost in the zipper. Just cloth kept in cedar and paper, waiting for a body shaped close enough to trouble an old man's memory. That explanation should have comforted me. Some days it did. Most days it didn't. Because the thing that haunted me afterward was not the dress moving. It was how many human hands had touched the story and folded it away. Earl S., Dale S., Lydia S., Mrs. Donnelly's by omission. My mother S. by dismissal. Mine by curiosity. A whole chain of ordinary choices, all of them small enough to excuse individually, strong enough together to hold a woman underground for 54 years. 2 weeks later, I went back to Philadelphia. I did not sell the farmhouse immediately. I told people I was waiting for the investigation to finish, which was true. I told my mother I needed time, which was also true. What I did not say was that I sometimes woke up in my apartment convinced I could smell cedar. Me recovered faster than she admitted and slower than she wanted. She made jokes about becoming a cautionary tale for proper attic footwear, but she stopped sitting with her back to doors. Ryan started therapy after snapping at one of his students for slamming a supply closet. He told me this while pretending he had called to ask about estate paperwork. Mrs. Donnelly brought me banana bread once more before I left. This time, she did not wrap it in foil. She set it directly on Lydia's kitchen table hands empty afterward, as if she wanted me to see she was not hiding anything. "I should have said more," she told me. "Yes," I said. She nodded. I thought forgiveness would either arrive or not. Instead, there was just the kitchen light, the hum of the repaired refrigerator, and an old woman looking at the floor between us. Before I locked up the house, I went to the attic one last time with Officer Brenner waiting downstairs. The hatch had been replaced with a temporary plywood square. The gable window was boarded over. The cedar chest was empty except for dust, cedar flakes, and a few torn bits of tissue paper clinging to the bottom. I found one thing they had missed. Not hidden in a secret compartment, not tucked under a false bottom, just wedged between the chest and the attic floor where it must have fallen when we dragged everything around. A blue ribbon, the one that had been tied around the veil. It was frayed at one end, soft with age, and stained faintly brown near the knot. I called down to Brenner. He bagged it without comment. That should have been the last piece, but as I turned to leave, I noticed the cedar chest lid. On the inside, where the wood was darker and protected from dust, someone had scratched a line of words with something sharp. Not Lydia's neat handwriting. Not letters made for anyone else to read easily. I had to angle my phone light and trace them with my eyes. H was not the first. I stared until the words blurred. Then I took a picture, backed out of the attic, and closed the hatch. Downstairs, Brenner asked if I was okay. I almost said yes. Instead, I said, "No, but I'm leaving." And this time, when I walked out of Lydia Whitcomb's farmhouse, I left the front door open behind me until the police officer checked every room, every closet, and the cellar twice. Only then did I lock it. The key turned hard in the old deadbolt. The sound was small, metal sliding into place. Normal, almost. Across the yard, the lilacs moved in the wind. The barn stood quiet. The covered well had a new county seal over it, bright orange and ugly against the old stone. I got into my car and drove away with the windows down, even though the air was cold enough to make my eyes water. For the first mile, every time the road dipped and the farmhouse disappeared from the rearview mirror, I felt lighter. Then the road rose again, and for 1 second between the trees, I saw the attic window, boarded over, dark, still looking back. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is The Drive-Through Speaker Started Taking Orders from the Dead. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first order came through at 1:13 a.m. when nobody was in the lane. Not nobody like we were slow, and I couldn't see them from the window. I mean nobody. No headlights on the cracked asphalt. No tires resting against the rubber hose sensor. No face leaning out of a window. No arm waving a credit card, no engine idle trembling through the glass. Just the speaker box out by the menu board clicking awake with that wet little burst of static and a voice saying, clear enough for all three of us to stop moving, "Can I get a black coffee and 6 ketchup packets?" I was halfway through wiping fryer oil off the stainless counter, my forearm sticky where the degreaser had run under my glove. The rag froze in my hand. Across the kitchen, the fry basket gave one lazy tick against the hook. In the headset, the empty lane voice breathed once, close to the mic. Then the timer over the warming bin beeped. That beep saved me from doing something stupid, like answering. My name is Mara Ellison, 26, female, assistant night manager at the Burger Barn off Route 9 in Wappingers Falls, New York. The one wedged between a closed mattress store and a gas station that always smelled faintly like spilled diesel and hot plastic. I'd been working nights there for 8 months, long enough to know which sounds mattered. The compressor in the walk-in kicked every 17 minutes. The soda lines hissed when the syrup ran low. The drive-through sensor sometimes triggered when rainwater pooled over the loop detector, though it hadn't rained since the afternoon, and the pavement outside was only shiny where old grease had been tracked near the back door. I also knew the headset system was trash. That was the rational part of my brain, the part I used to get through the ugly hours between midnight and 3, when the world got thin around the edges, and every customer seemed either drunk, lonely, angry, or all three. The speaker box picked up radio bleed from truckers on bad nights. It crackled when the gas station's sign flickered. Sometimes, a delivery app driver would sit too far back from the menu and scream like we were across a canyon. So I told myself it was bleed. Some guy on a CB, some prank, some late-night overlap from the Wendy's 2 exits down. Mara, Kayla said. Kayla Mercer, 19, female, closing cashier, was at the front counter stacking receipt paper into a little tower because she did that when she was anxious. She had blunt-cut brown hair tucked under a visor too big for her head and a tiny silver stud in her nose that caught the fluorescent light whenever she turned. She was from Poughkeepsie and always talked like she had somewhere better to be, even when she was clearly scared. Headset sat crooked over one ear, the foam pad loose and dark from years of other people's sweat. I pressed 2 fingers to my own headset. Did you hear that? Kayla's mouth opened, then closed. Maybe. That is not an answer. Okay, yeah, I heard it. From the grill side, Devin let out a short laugh that didn't have much humor in it. Devin Price, 32, male, night cook, had been with Burger Barn longer than the building inspector who kept threatening to shut us down for the back sink. He was tall, heavy-shouldered, and careful in the way people get after they've had to carry too many drunk friends to couches. He was from Newburgh, had a 7-year-old daughter he talked about only during smoke breaks, and treated fear like a bill he could pay late if he ignored it long enough. It's the sensor again, he said. Happened last week. Last week it dinged, I said. It didn't ask for coffee. Could be some kid with a walkie. At 1:13 in the morning, Devin scraped a spatula across the grill with a harsh metal peel. At 1:13 is when kids with walkies become artists. The speaker clicked again. This time, all of us heard the tiny pop before the voice, like a finger pressing a worn button. "Hello," it said, not loud, not theatrical. A man's voice, older maybe, flattened by the speaker, with a rasp around the edges. He sounded tired, not dead, not spooky, not anything you'd put in a movie trailer. Just tired, like somebody who had been waiting too long in a cold car. Kayla whispered, "Nope." I raised one hand, not because she needed to be quiet, but because I needed to feel like I was in charge of something. At night, the drive-through was my responsibility. The cash drawer, the headset, the little camera feed above the fry station, showing the lane in grainy greenish black and white. I looked at it now. Empty lane, empty approach. The menu board through a pale rectangle onto the asphalt. A strip of weeds along the curb moved in the wind. Beyond that, Route 9 carried the occasional blur of headlights north toward Poughkeepsie or south toward Fishkill, but nobody turned in. The headset crackled. "Hello," the man said again. "Black coffee, 6 ketchup." Devin came around the fryers, wiping his hands on his apron. "Don't answer." "I wasn't going to. You had the face." "What face?" "The I'm about to do the thing that gets everybody fired face." Kayla's receipt tower collapsed with a soft paper flutter. "Can we just unplug it?" "We need drive-through," I said automatically. The words came out before I thought about them, which embarrassed me more than the fear did. We had closed the dining room at 11. After that, drive-through was the whole business. Every drunk couple sharing fries, every nurse coming off shift, every guy in a landscaping truck ordering 4 burgers and paying in quarters. It was Tuesday night, which meant we were dead, but corporate still watched the numbers. Corporate watched everything except the things actually falling apart. And I needed the job. That was the small, stupid truth under the bigger unease. I needed the extra manager differential. I needed the health insurance that barely helped. I needed the schedule flexibility, while my father's rehab place kept calling me about co-pays and missing socks, and how he'd gotten combative during dinner again. I needed, most of all, to not be the kind of person who panicked and called the district manager because a speaker made a weird noise. I hated being seen as dramatic. I had spent too much of my life apologizing for noticing things. The voice stopped. For a few seconds, the restaurant went back to being itself. Fryer hum, freezer rattle, the soft plastic click of Kayla picking up fallen receipt rolls. Outside, the gas station canopy buzzed with bright white light, and a pickup at Pump 3 played bass so low it turned the window glass into a dull drum. "See," Devin said. "Bleed." I wanted to agree. I really did. Maybe. Kayla pointed at the camera monitor. "What's that?" Something had moved at the far edge of the drive-through frame. I leaned closer. The camera was mounted above the pickup window, aimed down the lane toward the menu board. Its picture always lagged by half a second, so motion looked smeared. At first, I saw only the usual mess. Gum stuck black to the curb, the bent metal sign that said "Order here," the scratched plastic speaker grill shaped like a mouth, full of horizontal lines. Then the order screen lit up. Not the menu board, The small internal order monitor beside the register, the one that displayed items after we keyed them in. A line appeared in green text. 1 black coffee, 6 ketchup, PKT. Kayla made a sound through her nose, sharp and involuntary. Devin said, "Who rang that?" "Nobody," I said. "You sure?" "I'm standing here." "Register glitch," he said, too fast. The monitor added a second line. "No ice, water." Kayla backed away from the counter. "Okay, that's not even a button." She was right. We had water, obviously, but no ice water wasn't a menu item. You could key in bottled water, fountain water, courtesy cup if you knew the old manager codes, but not that exact phrase. The text sat there glowing on the black screen, crisp and ordinary, which somehow made it worse. A horror movie would have made it flicker red. Ours looked like it had been typed by someone who knew the POS system better than we did. "Devin," I said, "check the office computer." He didn't move. I looked at him. His jaw worked once. He was staring at the screen with the flat, irritated expression he used when something hurt, and he didn't want anybody asking. "Dev." "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, I got it." He went through the swinging door into the back hall, past the stacked soda syrup boxes and the mop sink. His shoes squeaked on the wet tile. The office was more closet than room, with a desk wedged under a shelf of training binders, a safe bolted to the floor, and an ancient computer that ran reports slower than a person thinking through a lie. Kayla hugged her elbows. "Maybe he's messing with us." "Devin, no, like someone outside, hacking it or whatever. Hacking us for ketchup packets. That's exactly why it sounds like a prank." I looked back at the camera, empty. A gust pushed a Burger Barn napkin across the lane. It skittered, caught under the speaker post, then lifted and slapped against the curb. For one wild second, the movement looked like a hand. I rubbed my forehead with the back of my wrist and smelled cleaner, salt, old coffee. "We're not doing ghost stuff." "I didn't say ghost. You made the ghost face." "I have one face. It's tired." The headset clicked again. This time, the voice was different. A woman. "Can you make the coffee fresh, please?" she said. Kayla clapped both hands over her headset like she could keep the sound out that way. The woman's voice had a faint tremble, but it wasn't fear, more like cold, more like someone trying to be polite while her teeth wanted to chatter. "Ma'am," I said before I could stop myself. Kayla stared at me. Devin came out of the back hall at the same time, empty hands held up. Office computers locked. Nobody's in it. I swallowed. My mouth had gone dry enough that my tongue clicked against my teeth. "This is Burger Barn. Are you at the speaker?" There was a pause. On the camera, the lane stayed empty. Then the woman said, "I'm at the window." We all turned. The pickup window looked out on the second half of the drive-through, where cars pulled up after ordering. There was no car there, just the reflection of our kitchen layered over black glass. Kayla small and pale by the counter. Devin's broad outline near the fryer. Me in a grease-stained polo with my headset crooked, and my hand pressed to the counter hard enough to whiten my knuckles. Beyond the reflection, nothing. No face, no vehicle, no woman waiting for coffee. Devin reached over and muted all 3 headsets from the wall unit. The abrupt cut was almost worse. The restaurant didn't get quiet, it got exposed. Now I could hear the small things I'd been ignoring. The ice machine settling. The sticky pop of the floor mat under Kayla's shoe. The fly trapped inside the front light fixture, tapping itself against plastic. "We closed drive-through," Devin said. "We can't just close. Watch me." He stepped toward the window controls. I grabbed the edge of the counter. "Hold on," he turned, incredulous. "Mara, I'm not saying serve it. I'm saying we need to document this." "For who? The ghost police?" I said no ghost stuff. "Then what are we doing?" That question sat between us harder than the voice had, because there were explanations. There had to be a glitch in the POS, a short in the headset, someone using a transmitter nearby, a former employee with too much time and the admin password. The Burger Barn had been open since 1998, which meant half the town had worked there at some point, and the other half had been banned from the bathroom. Nothing about the building was secure except the safe, and even that had a post-it with half the combo hidden under the keyboard until I threw it out. But the woman had said she was at the window, and I had answered. That bothered me, not because I believed she was dead or whatever Kayla was already building in her head. It bothered me because I knew better than to engage with unknown things at night. Unknown customers, unknown cars, unknown men tapping at glass after close saying their phone died. Every night, manager learns the rules, even if nobody writes them down. Keep barriers, keep lights on, don't open the back door, don't let politeness override instinct. My private flaw, if I'm being honest, was that politeness always tried. It had been trained into me early. Smile when people yell. Explain when they don't deserve it. Fix the situation. Be useful. Be easy. Be the woman who doesn't make trouble until trouble has already put both hands around her throat. Kayla was watching me like she wanted me to be a real adult. Devin was watching me like he knew I might fail at it. "Okay," I said. "We close the lane for 10 minutes. Put cones out. Reset the system. If it keeps happening, I call Nestor." Kayla frowned. "Nestor doesn't answer after 10. He answers me." That was only half true. Nestor Alvarado, 44, male, general manager, lived in Beacon, and treated his phone like it carried diseases after dinner. He had a wife, twin boys, and a blood pressure issue he blamed on us. He was also the only person besides corporate tech support who knew how to hard reset the drive-through without killing the registers. Devin shook his head. "Nobody goes outside alone." "I'll go," I said. "No, I'm manager." "You're 5'4" and you think apologizing is a weapon." Kayla blinked. That was specific. "He's not wrong," I said, which made Devin's expression soften for half a second. The muted headset unit flashed amber. Incoming audio. The button pulsed like a tired eye. We all looked at it. On the order screen, beneath the coffee and ketchup and no ice water, a new line appeared. "Please turn off the lights," Kayla whispered. "Mara." The gas station pickup pulled away outside, bass fading down Route 9. For a moment, its taillights washed red across the wet-looking asphalt, the menu board, the speaker post. Then it was gone, and the drive-through lane sat empty under the harsh light, ordinary as a photograph in an insurance claim. Devin reached for the wall unit again. "I'm unplugging it." The screen added another line before he touched anything. Mara, my name. 4 letters, green text. Devin stopped. Kayla made a small, frightened laugh. That's not funny. Nobody answered her. I stared at my name until the letters seemed too bright, until the edges of them left a ghost image when I blinked. Anyone could know my name. My name tag was clipped to my shirt. The schedule was posted by the back door. A bored ex-employee could be watching through the window with binoculars, could be sending commands through some stupid app, could be laughing from the gas station bathroom or a parked car hidden behind the mattress store. Real explanations, ugly explanations, human explanations. Those were worse than ghosts, in my experience. Devin lowered his voice. We call the cops. For what? I asked, though I already knew that was where this was going. A prank order. For someone knowing your name through a closed system. Kayla nodded quickly. Yeah, that. Exactly that. I looked toward the back hall, where the orange cones were stacked beside the mop bucket. To close the lane properly, someone had to go outside, walk past the pickup window, cross the drive-through, and drag the cones into place before another car came through. To call the police, I had to admit out loud that I was scared of a drive-through speaker. To reset the system, someone had to go into the office and start pulling cables based on instructions from a binder last updated before I was old enough to work. 3 choices, all bad in small, ordinary ways. The headset unit clicked again, even muted. Not through the earpieces this time, from the speaker outside. The sound came faintly through the closed pickup window. A pop, a wash of static. Then that same tired man's voice drifting across the empty lane and into the restaurant through old glass and bad seals. Please, he said, coffee's getting cold. Devin looked at me. Kayla looked at me. And because I was the manager, because my name was on the screen, because fear feels different when 2 people are waiting for you to give it a shape, I picked up the ring of keys from beside the register and closed my fist around the cone key. Devin, I said, stay by the window. Kayla, get your phone out and record the monitor. No way, Kayla said. No way, no way. Record it. Devin's voice came low. Mara, don't open that door. I'm not opening the back door, I said. The new line blinked onto the order screen before I could explain. Front door is safer. I turned slowly toward the dark dining room, where the chairs were stacked upside down on tables, and the glass front doors reflected the yellow arches of the menu board behind me. For the first time all night, the drive-through sensor chimed like a real car had rolled over it. But the lane on the camera was still empty. I stood there with the keys cutting crescents into my palm, the dead fryer oil smell thick in my nose, the speaker outside waiting for an answer, and 2 doors on opposite sides of the restaurant suddenly feeling like 2 different kinds of mistake. We had to choose one. The first bad decision was mine. I didn't go out the back door, which was at least a little protected by the employee lot, and the dumpster corral, and the camera that worked whenever it felt like it. I didn't stay inside and call the cops, which is what Devin wanted. And Devin was usually right about survival in the blunt, boring way that made him annoying. I went for the front door because the screen had told me it was safer. That's the embarrassing part. I can dress it up however I want. I can say I was trying to prove the message was a prank. I can say the front gave me a better view of the drive-through lane before I stepped outside. I can say I didn't want to open the back door because there was no camera covering the first 10 feet beyond it. All of that is true, but the real reason was uglier and smaller. Something had addressed me by name, and I responded like a person being called to the counter by a customer. Kayla stood behind me with her phone lifted in both hands, recording the order monitor. The screen kept its green text stacked in neat lines, too clean for how wrong it felt. 1 black coffee, 6 ketchup, PKT. No ice water, please. Don't turn off the lights, MARA, front door is safer than. Below that, a new line pulsed into place. 3 minutes, Kayla made a strangled sound. 3 minutes until what? Don't talk to it, Devin said. I'm not talking to it. I'm asking you. He was at the pickup window, one hand gripping the metal latch, staring through the glass at the empty lane. The orange glow from the menu board cut across his face in bars. He had one of the long grill knives in his other hand, held low against his thigh like he didn't want us to notice. Put that down, I said. He didn't look at me. No, Devin, Mara, someone knows your name, can write to our register, and is telling you which door to use. I'm not standing here with a spatula. It makes you look guilty if police come. It makes me look alive if someone comes through that window. Kayla whispered, please don't say through that window. That was when the restaurant lights flickered. Not off. Just one deep blink. The fluorescence hummed harder, dimmed to the color of weak tea, then came back in a white snap that made all the stainless surfaces flash. The soda machine burped syrup into its drain. Somewhere over the dining room, one of the old ceiling fixtures buzzed like a trapped insect trying to chew its way out. The order screen changed. 2 minutes, Devin looked up at the lights. That's not the drive-through system. No, I said. The Burger Barn sat on a short commercial strip that had been renovated badly in pieces, and our electrical panel was a historical document of everyone who had ever cut a corner. Rain made the office outlets spark. The ice machine tripped the breaker if both fryers were recovering at the same time. Nestor had filed work orders, and corporate had replied with cheerful language about budget review. There were explanations. Too many, actually. That was the problem. If the power went out, the magnetic lock on the office door stayed shut, but the front door panic bar worked. The POS ran on battery for maybe 5 minutes. The cameras went down immediately. The walk and fridge alarm would start screaming once the temperature rose, and if it happened during a late shift, the manager had to call facilities, secure the drawer, log the waste risk, and keep everyone safe. I knew the procedure. I also knew procedure was written by people sitting in offices during daylight. A sharp banging came from the dining room glass. Kayla screamed. Devin raised the knife. I flinched so hard my shoulder hit the edge of the register. Outside the front doors, a man in a dark hoodie pressed both hands to the glass. His face was flushed red from cold or panic, and his breath fogged the door in quick bursts. He looked young, maybe early 20s, with wet hair plastered to his forehead and a phone clamped in one hand. "Open up," he shouted through the glass. "Please." Kayla started crying without seeming to notice. No, 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 no. I moved closer, but not too close. The dining room lights were off, which turned the glass into a dirty mirror. Behind my reflection, the man hit the door again with the heel of his hand. Are you alone? I called. What? Are you alone? He looked over his shoulder toward the parking lot. My sister S in the car. Devin came up behind me. Don't open it. The man heard that. Please, man, she's hurt. I could see his car now, not in the drive-through lane, but parked crooked near the mattress store, half hidden behind the pylon sign. It was a gray sedan with its hazards blinking. One headlight was out. The rear passenger door hung open. In each amber flash, I saw the shape of someone slumped inside. The order screen beeped from behind us. Kayla looked back and read it aloud, voice cracking. 1 black coffee, 6 ketchup, no ice water. Please don't turn off the lights. Mara, front door is safer. 2 minutes. It still says 2 minutes. The man at the door slapped the glass again. I called 911, okay. They said they're sending someone, but she's bleeding. I saw your lights. Please. That shifted everything. Fear is easy when it's abstract. A voice through a speaker, a line of impossible text, a sensor chiming for nothing. You can stand around debating glitches and pranks because no one is visibly leaking blood. But a person in a car changes the room. Devin swore under his breath. What happened? The man pointed toward Route 9. A truck clipped us by the light and kept going. She hit her head. My phone's at 3%. I need paper towels, anything. Kayla said, we have the first aid kit. We have a kit with 2 Band-Aids and burn cream from 2019, Devin said. We can't leave her out there. We also can't open the door for a stranger during whatever this is. The man heard enough to understand he was losing us. His voice jumped higher. I'm not trying to rob you. Look at me. My name is Ethan Rourke. My sister's Olivia. She's 17. She keeps saying she's cold. He turned away and shouted toward the sedan. Liv, stay awake. A weak sound came from the car. Not words, more like a moan dragged over gravel. I thought of my father at the rehab facility, his mouth slack from medication, 1 sock missing, trying to tell me he didn't want to die there, while the nurse checked boxes on a clipboard. I thought of how easy it was to become a problem other people didn't want to touch. The lights flickered again. This time, the menu board outside went out. The whole drive-through lane dropped into shadow, except for the gas station, Glow, and Ethan's hazard lights. The Big Burger Barn sign on the roof buzzed twice, then died, leaving the building with a cheap emergency glow from the red exit signs. Kayla's phone screen lit her face from below. Mara. The POS monitor switched to battery mode with a small click. 1 minute, Devin turned on me. No, we are not doing this. Call 911, I said to Kayla. I am. She tapped hard enough that her nail clicked against the screen. It's not going through. Try again. It says emergency calls only, then it drops. I pulled my phone from my pocket. 1 bar flickered, vanished, returned as a tiny gray triangle. I dialed anyway. Nothing. No ring. Just a dead pause, and then a tone that sounded like a machine clearing its throat. The front door shook again. Mara, Ethan shouted. She's not answering me. That did it. Not because it was smart, because it was timed. because every pressure point in the room got pressed at once. The countdown, the power, the injured girl, the phone failure, Devon's anger, Kayla's eyes on me, my name glowing behind us like a signature. I unlocked the front door. Devon grabbed my wrist before I could push the bar. His hand was warm and rough from grill burns. Listen to me. You open that, we lose the barrier. Then stand behind me. Don't manage me right now. Then help me. For a second, I thought he might physically pull me back. His face had gone hard in a way I hadn't seen before, not at customers, not at drunk guys throwing sauce cups, not even at Nestor when payroll got messed up. This was different. This was personal. Later, Kayla told me Devon's older brother had been shot in a bodega robbery when Devon was 16, after opening a locked door because a woman outside said she needed help. I didn't know that then. All I knew was that he looked at the glass and saw a story already finished. I'm not letting a kid bleed in the parking lot, I said, his grip loosened. That was the second bad decision. I shoved the door open just wide enough for Ethan to stumble in. Cold air swept across the dining room, carrying the smell of wet asphalt, gasoline, and something metallic I didn't want to identify. Ethan was 21, male from Beacon, or that was what he gasped while Devon locked the door behind him. And Kayla filmed everything with shaking hands. He had a small cut above his eyebrow and a smear of blood on his hoodie sleeve, but he was upright, frantic, and real enough to fog the air. Please, he said. Please, she's outside. Kayla, first aid kit, I said. Devon, towels. Devon didn't move. I looked at him. Now, he went furious into the kitchen. Ethan tried to pull the door open again. Come on, hold on. I kept my hand on the lock. Where exactly is she hurt? Her head, her arm, I don't know. The car spun and she hit the side window. There's glass everywhere. Was anyone else in the car? No. Did the truck follow you? I don't know. Did you use our drive-through speaker? His face twisted in confusion. What? The speaker, did you talk into it? No, what are you talking about? The POS beeped. Everyone stopped. From the counter, Kayla whispered, it says 0. The screen no longer showed the food order. It showed 0 MINUTES side door. Then the building made a sound I had never heard from it before. A heavy electrical clunk came from the back hall, followed by a descending whine. The fryers shut off. The soda machine went dark. The humming ceiling lights died in sections from the kitchen to the lobby, like someone pinching out a row of candles. Only the emergency lights stayed on. And outside, the drive-through speaker clicked awake by itself. Through the front doorway glass, through the walls, through the old seals around the pickup window, the voice floated in from the dark lane. Not the tired man this time, not the cold woman, a child's voice. Can I have extra napkins? Kayla dropped the first aid kit. Plastic cracked against tile, then backed away from the door. What the hell is that? Devon returned with a stack of blue shop towels and stopped mid-step. In the red emergency lighting, his face looked carved down. The side door alarm began to beep. Not the back door, not the front. The side service door beside the freezer corridor, the one nobody used because it opened into the narrow alley between us and the mattress store. It had a push bar and a busted closer, and the alarm only sounded when the door was open more than an inch. Beep, beep. A draft slid through the restaurant. I felt it at ankle height first, cold and damp, moving under the dining tables. Then came the smell, rainwater and old concrete, rotting cardboard and dumpster juice. Devin lifted the knife again. Everybody behind the counter. My sister, Ethan said. Shut up, Devin snapped. Ethan moved toward him. Don't tell me to shut up. Both of you stop, I said. The side door alarm kept beeping. Kayla crouched and grabbed the cracked first aid kit. Her hands were shaking so badly the little plastic handle rattled. Mara, what do we do? That question again. This time, there was a real deadline, not just words on a screen. Olivia was outside in a car, maybe bleeding badly, maybe going into shock. Our phones weren't connecting. The power was partially out. The drive-through system was receiving or transmitting messages from somewhere. A side door that should have been locked was open or being held open. If this was a prank, it had escalated into trespass and sabotage. If it was a robbery setup, we were already split between an injured person outside and an unsecured door inside. The procedural answer was simple. Shelter in place, lock all doors, call 911 from the landline in the office. Except the office computer had been locked. The landline was in that same office. The side door was between us and the back hall, and Olivia was still outside. We need the landline, I said. Devin stared at me. The office is past the side door. I know, no, we need police and an ambulance. Ethan grabbed my arm. My sister needs help now. I pulled free. Then you should want the ambulance. I can drive her, with one headlight, after a hit and run, while she's bleeding and maybe has a neck injury. He looked like I'd slapped him. I'm not leaving her. Nobody said you were. The drive-through speaker clicked again. The child's voice said, please hurry. It wasn't loud. That made it worse. It sounded thin in the cold air, carried over the empty pavement from a box meant for burgers and combo meals. The side door alarm stopped. No one breathed. Then something scraped in the back hall. Not a monster sound, not claws, not anything dramatic. A chair leg, maybe. A shoe dragging grit. Something light knocked against stacked cardboard, followed by the soft collapse of boxes shifting in the dark. Devin whispered, someone's inside. Kayla started to sob for real then, quiet little bursts she tried to swallow. She was still recording, phone up, because I had told her to, and that made guilt twist hard under my ribs. I had turned her into evidence before I'd made sure she was safe. Kayla, I said gently, come here. She came around the counter, stepping over the fallen receipt rolls from earlier, and stood close enough that her shoulder touched mine. The order monitor, still on battery, flickered once. New text appeared. Do not use landline. Devin let out a humorless laugh. Oh, good. The haunted register has security advice. It's not haunted, I said, but it sounded weak even to me. Someone is watching us, he said. That's what this is. Cameras, register, speaker, doors. Somebody's in our system or in the building. Then they don't want us calling out. Or they want us to think that. Ethan looked from one of us to the other. I don't care about your speaker. I need towels. Devin shoved the stack into his chest. Ethan clutched them, then turned toward the front doors. I blocked him. His eyes went wide and furious. Move. You go outside alone, you might make her injury worse, or you might lead whoever opened that side door right to her. You think I did this. I don't know you. My sister is in the car. I know. No, you don't. His voice broke. You're standing here talking about policies. That landed because it was close enough to true. My fear had teeth now. Not fear of the voice. Fear of making the wrong call and having everyone see it. Fear of choosing safety and letting a girl die 20 yards away. Fear of choosing help and letting a stranger inside hurt us. Fear of turning into every adult I'd ever hated, the ones who hesitated behind counters and desks while someone begged them to act. I looked at Devin. Can you get to the office? No. Can you check the side door? No, and neither can you. We need to know if someone's in the building. We know enough. Kayla whispered. What if there's another way to call the gas station? It sat across the lot, still bright under its canopy. Its cashier booth glowed blue-white. I could see the clerk moving inside, a small shape behind glass. Maybe 50 yards away, maybe less. There, I said, gas station has a phone. Devin followed my gaze, across open pavement. Better than going down the back hall. Ethan seized on it. I'll go. I'll tell them to call. And leave Olivia. He froze. Kayla raised her hand slightly, like she was in school. I can run. No, Devin and I said at the same time. I ran track. No, Devin said again, harder. The order monitor beeped. Gas station closed. We all looked out. The clerk inside the gas station was no longer at the counter. The blue-white booth light flickered, then went out. The canopy lights stayed on, humming over empty pumps, but the little store windows turned black. Kayla lowered her phone. It's following the power. Or someone cut theirs too, Devin said. Ethan pressed both hands over his mouth, breathing through his fingers. Outside, his hazards kept blinking. Amber, black, amber, black. Each flash showed his sister's open car door. Then Olivia moved, just a little. A pale hand lifted from the rear seat and dropped against the door frame. Ethan saw it and made a sound like his body had been punched empty. He shoved past me toward the front door. Devin caught him around the chest. They slammed into a table. Stacked chairs toppled with a brutal wooden clatter that filled the dining room. Ethan elbowed him in the ribs. Devin grunted, lost his grip, and the grill knife skittered under a booth. Stop, I shouted. Ethan grabbed the door latch. The order monitor flashed behind us. Back hall then. Now a crash came from the kitchen, metal hitting tile. Then the unmistakable sound of the walk-in freezer door handle being yanked from the inside. Once, twice, 3 times. Devin went still. Kayla whispered, "Who's in the freezer?" Nobody was supposed to be. The walk-in freezer had a safety release on the inside, a glow in the dark button that stuck sometimes when frost built up. And there was an old emergency latch Nestor kept meaning to replace. If someone was inside and the mechanism jammed during a power drop, they had minutes before panic became dangerous and longer before cold became life-threatening. But the human body doesn't care about maintenance schedules when it is trapped in a metal box. The handle jerked again, harder. A muffled voice shouted from behind the freezer door, not through the speaker, not from the register, from inside the building. "Help," Kayla grabbed my sleeve. That's Nestor. For a second, that didn't make sense. Nestor wasn't there. Nestor was home in Beacon, not locked in our freezer after 1 in the morning. Then I remembered the office computer, locked. Someone had been in it or tried to be. The freezer handle shook again, and the voice came louder, panicked and hoarse. "Mara, open the door," my name again, this time in a voice I knew. At the front door, Ethan was still trying to get out to his sister. In the back, Nestor Alvarado, somehow, impossibly, but physically, was trapped inside the walk-in freezer. Between them, the side door had opened into the dark. The order monitor, on its last strip of battery, blinked once more. Choose, and then the screen went black. The choice lasted about 2 seconds. Not because I was brave. Not because I had some clean moral ranking system for injured teenagers versus trapped managers. It lasted 2 seconds because Nestor screamed again from inside the freezer. And whatever was happening outside, whatever Ethan was yelling about Olivia, the person we could reach first was 20 feet away behind a metal door. "Freezer," I said. Ethan looked at me like I'd become something awful right in front of him. "My sister is bleeding, and if Nestor's release is jammed, he can't get out at all. I'll get her myself." Devin stepped between him and the front door. "You open that. You don't come back in until we know what's in the building." Ethan shoved him. Devin shoved back. The sound of it, hands against hoodie, shoes squealing on tile, cut through the red emergency lighting with a horrible normalness. 2 men panicking in a closed fast food restaurant. That was all. No ghosts. No grand design. Just fear turning people into obstacles. Kayla shouted, "Stop it." She sounded so young that both of them froze. I grabbed the first aid kit from the floor and pushed it into Ethan's hands. "Take this. Stay at the front doors. Talk to Olivia through the glass if you have to. If she gets worse, tell me exactly what changes. You want me to stand here? I want you where I can see you." He understood the accusation and hated me for it. Good. Hate was still useful. Hate meant he was focused. The layout of the restaurant had never seemed important before that night. But suddenly, it became the only thing my brain wanted to hold. Front doors on the east side, facing Route 9 and the gas station. Dining room between the front and the counter, filled with upside-down chairs on tables. Counter and registers in the middle. Kitchen behind that, shaped like a narrow rectangle. Fryers on the left, grill and prep table on the right. Drive-through window at the far south wall. The office and walk-in sat in the back west corner. Down a short hall by the side service door that opened into the alley beside the closed mattress store. If someone was inside through that side door, they were between us and Nestor. Devin pulled the grill knife from under the booth, wiped dust off the handle on his apron, and gave me a look that said not one word about it. "Kayla," I said, "stay behind the counter and keep recording. Film the front, then the kitchen, then the monitor. Don't stop. My battery S at 12. Then make 12 count." She nodded too quickly, lips pressed white. We moved into the kitchen. That was our first attempt. Reach the freezer, get Nestor out, then use the office landline. Simple, direct, stupidly hopeful. The emergency lights turned everything into dark red blocks. The stainless counters didn't shine anymore, they dulled, like old coins. Without the fryers humming and the soda machine kicking, the place had too much space in it. Every drip from the mop sink landed loud. Every step seemed to travel ahead of us. "Nestor," I called from the freezer. "Mara, Mara, is that you?" His voice cracked on my name. "We're coming. Hurry. The handle's stuck. I can't." A thud. "I can't get the inside latch to catch." Devin leaned close to me. "Ask him how he got here." I nodded, throat tight. "Nestor, why are you in the building?" A pause. "Too long, then." "I came in because the alarm app pinged me." "Side door." "I thought one of you left it open." "You didn't call. My phone died. I forgot the charger. Just open the door, please." There was something off in the order of that explanation, but panic scrambles people. Nestor was a rules guy. He absolutely would drive in half asleep to check a door alarm rather than trust a night crew. He would also lecture us while doing it. That part fit. The freezer stood at the end of the back hall, door on the left. The cooler was opposite it. The office was 2 steps beyond, its cheap hollow core door closed. The side service door sat between the kitchen and walk-ins, slightly ajar, and that was the problem. Cold air pushed through the gap from the alley, carrying the sour stink of wet cardboard and dumpster runoff. Devin stopped 10 feet from it. "Someone could be behind that," he whispered. "I know. We close it first. Nestor first. If we leave it open, anyone can come in behind us." The freezer handle jerked again. "Mara." Ayla from behind the counter called, "There's headlights." Everyone turned. Through the kitchen and over the counter, I could see the front glass. A pair of headlights swept across the parking lot, slow and searching. For half a second, hope hit so hard my knees loosened. Police or ambulance. Then the lights turned away and rolled past us on Route 9 without slowing. Just a car. Just someone going home. The disappointment had weight. It pushed all of us lower. "Okay," I said. "Devin, shut the side door. I'll get Nestor." He gave me one furious glance, then moved. The moment he reached for the side door, something slammed into it from outside. Devin stumbled back, shoulder hitting the wall. Kayla screamed from the front. Ethan shouted something I couldn't make out. The door burst inward another 6 inches. A black shape shoved through at knee height. Devin swung the knife down before his brain caught up. "Don't," I yelled. The shape yelped. Not human. A raccoon scrambled over the threshold, fat and soaked, with a Burger Barn sauce cup stuck around one front paw. It shot between Devin's legs, skidded across the greasy tile, hit the mop bucket, and knocked it sideways. Dirty water spread across the floor in a dark fan. For one insane second, we all just stared at it. The raccoon stared back, eyes shining red in the emergency light, chest heaving. Then it bolted under the prep table, dragging the sauce cup with a plastic scrape, scrape, scrape. Kayla started laughing, not because it was funny, because her body had run out of better options. Devin pressed one hand over his ribs. I almost stabbed a raccoon. "Close the door," I said. He kicked the side door shut and threw the deadbolt. The alarm gave one final beep, then stopped. The misdirection should have relieved us. It didn't, because the raccoon explained the scrape, maybe even the boxes falling. But it did not explain the open door. It did not explain the POS. Did not explain Nestor inside the freezer. I grabbed the freezer handle. It wouldn't move, not stuck like ice. Locked. "Nestor," I said, "did you lock yourself in?" "What? No." outside latch must have dropped. The Burger Barn freezer had an external hasp. An old safety violation Nestor insisted wasn't a lock because the padlock was never supposed to be on it during operations. The padlock was there now. A cheap brass one, snapped shut. I stared at it, feeling my pulse in my ears. Devon, beside me. His voice went flat. That's not ours. Our lock is silver and bigger. Inside the freezer, Nestor hit the door with both hands. What's happening? There's a lock on the outside. Silence. Then he screamed, "Get it off." That sound did something to Ethan. He left the front doors and stormed into the kitchen. Are you kidding me? You're all back here for a padlock while Olivia's out there. Devon rounded on him. Someone locked him in. And my sister is still in the car. Then why aren't you telling us about her instead of trying to leave? Because you won't let me. I stepped between them again and slipped in the mop water. My right foot shot out. I caught myself on the cooler handle, but pain ripped up my wrist hard enough to make me gasp. Kayla appeared behind us despite being told to stay put. Mara, I'm fine. I was. My palm had landed on the edge of the metal handle, and a thin flap of skin near my thumb was already bleeding. Not badly, but enough to make every movement sticky. Devon noticed. You're hurt. I said I'm fine. You always say that. The freezer door shook. Mara, Kayla towel. She handed me a blue shop towel with trembling fingers. I wrapped my hand, tightened it with my teeth, and looked at the padlock. We needed bolt cutters. We did not have bolt cutters. We had a grill knife, a mop handle, a cheap screwdriver in the office, and the kind of desperation that makes people invent tools out of trash. Office, I said. There's a toolbox under the desk. Devon's eyes flicked to the closed office door beyond the freezer. Could be someone in there. Then we go together. That was our second attempt. Get into the office, find tools, free Nestor, use landline. It revealed almost immediately how small our options had become. The office door was locked, not just closed, locked from the inside or jammed. Devon tried the knob, then threw his shoulder against it. The frame flexed, but the door held. Nestor, I called, do you have your office key? In my coat. Where's your coat? In the office. Of course it was. Kayla gave a tiny, broken laugh. That feels on purpose. Ethan turned toward the front again. Olivia S. not moving. I looked past him. Through the front glass, his sedan's hazards still blinked. Amber, black, amber, black. The rear door stayed open. Olivia's hand no longer hung on the frame. A timer started in my head. Head injury. Possible bleeding. Shock. Cold night air. She needed pressure on wounds, warmth. A spine kept still. An ambulance that wasn't coming because our calls weren't connecting, and the gas station had gone dark. Nestor, I said through the freezer door, forcing calm into my voice. How long have you been inside? I don't know, 10 minutes. 15, I got shoved. All of us went quiet. Devon leaned closer to the door. By who? I didn't see. I came in through the side. The power dropped. Something hit me from behind. When I woke up, I was in here. His teeth chattered between words. Ethan swallowed. So someone is here. Or was, Devon said. Kayla pointed her phone toward the side door. Then why are we still standing back here? Because all paths were bad. Front led to Olivia and open pavement. Back hall led to a locked office and a freezer with a man trapped inside. Side door led to the alley, where someone had either entered or left. The drive-through lane wrapped around the south side of the building to the speaker and menu board, which had gone dark, but kept talking anyway. A new sound came from the drive-through speaker. Not words, a burst of static. Then a low mechanical tone, like the beginning of an order chime stretched too long. Kayla's phone buzzed. She almost dropped it. "It's a video," she said. "From who?" I asked. "No number. It says unknown sender." "Don't open it," Devin said. She looked at me. I wanted to say don't. I wanted one clean, safe instruction. But if someone was sending footage, it might show Olivia. It might show the person outside. It might tell us which lie we were inside. "Open it," I said. Devin swore. Kayla tapped the screen. The video played with no sound at first. Grainy, vertical, filmed from somewhere low and across the lot. Our burger barn glowed in emergency red through the windows. Ethan's sedan sat near the mattress store. The rear door was open. Olivia was not inside. Ethan snatched the phone. "What is that? Where is she?" The footage jerked toward the drive-through lane. A figure moved near the menu board. Small, unsteady, Olivia. She was walking. One hand pressed to the side of her head, hair dark and wet near her temple, the other arm wrapped around herself. She moved like someone underwater, slow and wrong, heading not toward the front doors, not toward the gas station, but around the south side of the building toward the speaker box. Then the video cut. Ethan shoved the phone back at Kayla and sprinted. Devin lunged for him, missed, and Ethan slammed through the kitchen toward the pickup window. "Front door," I shouted, "not the lane." He didn't listen. He vaulted the counter, knocked over the receipt printer, and hit the pickup window latch. It stuck. Everything in that building stuck when it mattered. Ethan yanked again. The sliding glass jumped open halfway, letting in cold air and the distant, intimate hiss of the drive-through speaker. "Olivia," he screamed through the gap. The speaker answered in the tired man's voice from earlier. "Pull forward, please." Ethan froze. From outside, near the blind corner beyond the pickup window, Olivia called weakly, "Ethan." He shoved the window wider and climbed out. "No." I grabbed his hoodie, but my injured hand failed me. Pain flashed bright up my wrist, and the fabric slipped through my fingers. He dropped into the drive-through lane. Devin ran to the window. "Get back inside." Ethan was already moving along the south wall, past the pickup window toward the menu board. The camera feed above the fryer was dead now, just a black screen reflecting our red-lit faces. We couldn't see him once he passed the corner. We could only hear. "Liv," Ethan shouted. "Where are you?" Olivia answered, closer to the speaker than I expected. "I'm here," Kayla whispered. "She sounds weird." "She has a head injury," I said, but the words came thin. From the freezer, Nestor pounded again, weaker now. "Mara, please." The drive-through speaker clicked. A new voice came through, Nestor's voice. But Nestor was behind us inside the freezer. "Mara," the speaker said calmly, "open the office." Kayla dropped the phone this time. It hit the floor and kept recording the ceiling. Inside the freezer, the real Nestor shouted, "That's not me." Devin backed away from the window. "Nope, no, we're done." Outside, Ethan screamed. Not startled, hurt. Sharp, full-throated scream that tore into a choking grunt. Then there was a crash near the menu board. Metal rattled. The speaker squealed with feedback. Olivia cried. "Stop, don't touch him." Devin grabbed the mop handle and moved toward the pickup window. I caught his arm. "You go out there, we lose you too. My man just got jumped. You don't know that," he screamed. Nestor hit the freezer door again, weaker still. "Mara, I can't feel my fingers." The office door clicked. All of us heard it. The locked knob turned slowly from the other side. Kayla's phone, lying on the floor, cast a crooked white rectangle across the tiles. The office door opened 2 inches. No one came out. Devin raised the mop handle. I stepped closer, heart hammering so hard it made my injured hand throb. The office was dark, except for a small green light blinking on the router beneath the desk. The landline sat on top, receiver slightly off the cradle. A toolbox lay open on the floor. Beside it was Nestor's coat. And on the desk, propped against the monitor, was a Burger Barn name tag. Not mine. Olivia. I stared at it, trying to make the letters become something else. Ethan's sister was named Olivia. She was 17. He had said that at the front door. But Burger Barn name tags were made in batches at orientation, and you didn't get one unless you were hired. Kayla sucked in a breath. "Mara." "What?" She pointed to the office wall. The employee schedule was pinned there under a magnet shaped like a burger. Tuesday closing shift, written in Nestor's square handwriting. Mara Devin Kayla Olivia training. No show. The hallway seemed to tilt. Kayla whispered, "We were supposed to have a trainee tonight." "I didn't know," I said, "but maybe I had. Maybe Nestor had texted, and I'd ignored it during my father's rehab call. Maybe the schedule had changed after I clocked in. Maybe Olivia was Ethan's sister at all. Or maybe she was both. A girl hired for a closing shift who never showed, then appeared bleeding in a car with a brother who might be lying or panicked or trapped in the same ugly machinery as us. The landline gave a soft dial tone, a working sound, a way out. I grabbed the receiver. Static roared through it. Then the drive-through speaker and the landline spoke together in the same child's voice. "Please pull forward." The emergency lights died. For one breath, the building went completely black. Then the freezer alarm began blaring, high and continuous. The pickup window slammed shut by itself hard enough to crack the glass. Devin cursed and swung the mop handle toward it, but from outside, something heavy scraped across the lane and blocked the frame. In the faint spill of moonlight, I saw the shape of Ethan's gray sedan rolling slowly, driverless or uncontrolled, nosing into the drive-through lane until its front bumper came to rest against the pickup window wall. A trap, I thought. Not a ghost trap, a physical one. Our front door was locked behind us. The side door had been breached and then deadbolted. The pickup window was blocked by the car. Nestor was locked in the freezer. Olivia and Ethan were outside near the menu board, or somewhere beyond it, injured or worse. The landline was compromised or unusable. And now the restaurant's main lights, cameras, fryers, registers, and monitors were gone. Kayla found my sleeve in the dark and held on like a child crossing a street. Devin's breathing was ragged beside me. The freezer alarm screamed and screamed. Then, from the office computer, the monitor woke with a pale blue glow. One message waited on the screen. Order ready AT window. Behind us, the freezer door stopped shaking. And outside, from the drive-through lane, someone knocked gently on the cracked pickup glass. 3 soft taps, patient, polite, waiting to be served. The knocking at the pickup window came again. 3 taps, then a pause, then 3 more. Like whoever stood outside knew the rhythm of customer service better than we did. Like they understood that after midnight, a knock on glass does half the work for them because your body moves before your judgment catches up. Kayla's fingers dug into my sleeve. Devin whispered, "Don't." The office monitor gave off just enough light to draw hard edges around the room. The desk, the open toolbox, Nestor's coat slumped over the chair, the landline receiver hanging from its cord. Behind us, the freezer alarm screamed in a single unbroken note, the kind that made your teeth feel too large for your mouth. I could no longer hear Nestor pounding. That made my decision for me. "We get the lock off," I said. "The window," Kayla whispered. "We get Nestor out." Devin's face turned toward me, barely visible. "Mara, there's someone right there. And Nestor's going to die behind us." The tapping stopped. For 1 second, the only sound was the freezer alarm and our breathing. Then the drive-through speaker outside crackled on, louder than it had any right to be with the main system down. The tired man's voice said, "Manager to window." It almost broke me, not because it sounded dead, because it sounded like work. Like every bad shift I'd ever had, every customer who thought a polo shirt meant ownership of your spine, every voice that had ever pulled me toward trouble by making a request with just enough politeness to trap me. Manager to window. No, not this time. Grabbed the toolbox. The first thing I found was a cheap claw hammer with a cracked yellow handle. Under it, a set of screwdrivers, a tape measure, a roll of electrical tape, 2 wrenches, and a pair of dull tin snips that looked like they had last cut anything during the Bush administration. No bolt cutters. Of course, no bolt cutters. "Devin," I said, handing him the hammer. "Freezer lock." He took it, then hesitated. "What about the window?" "Kayla and I barricade." Kayla made a small sound. "With what?" "Everything." That was the first honest plan we did all night. Not good, honest. Devin ran to the freezer. I heard the hammer strike the brass lock once, twice, 3 times. The sound was flat and useless. Brass dented. Metal didn't give. At the pickup window, the cracked glass shuddered. Someone pushed from outside. The sedan blocked most of the window, but not all. Its hood had rolled against the wall below the service opening, leaving a narrow black gap where the sliding glass had cracked but not fallen. Through that gap came a hand. Not gray, not corpse-like, human. A black-gloved hand, fingers flexing, reaching for the inside latch. Kayla screamed and threw the first thing she had. The receipt printer hit the glass frame and bounced into the sink. The hand jerked back. "Good," I said again. "With what?" I grabbed the metal napkin dispenser from the counter and slammed it sideways into the gap. The glove caught the edge, knuckles scraping against bent aluminum. The person outside grunted, a living sound. Young, maybe, male. That one sound did more than any explanation could. It took the night out of the air and put it in a body. Someone had made all this happen. Someone with lungs, hands, weight. Someone who could be hurt. Someone who could hurt us. Devin hit the lock again. It's not breaking. Use the hasp screws, I shouted. What? The screws? Take the plate off. He swore, then I heard the toolbox scrape, metal rummaging, a screwdriver slipping against a screw head. The speaker popped. This time it used my voice. My own voice, thin and tinny, taken from some earlier moment, maybe from the headset, maybe from Kayla's recording, chopped into something almost like speech. Kayla, open it. Kayla went still. I grabbed her shoulders. That is not me. I know. Look at me. She did. Her pupils were huge in the dark. That is not me. The speaker clicked. My voice again, cleaner now. Kayla, front door. She flinched as if slapped. Then the front dining room glass banged. Once. Hard. Ethan's voice screamed from outside. Help, please, he's got Olivia. Kayla twisted toward it. I held her. No. But no. The banging came again, from the front this time, then a scrape, like shoes slipping on pavement. Through the dark dining room, I saw shapes shifting outside the glass. Someone was there. Maybe Ethan, maybe Olivia, maybe the person with the glove. The emergency exit sign threw red light across the stacked chairs, making the whole room look submerged. Devin yelled, one screw out. From inside the freezer came a weak thump. Nestor, I shouted. No answer. A hot thread of panic pulled tight in my chest. The hand returned at the pickup window, this time holding something narrow and dark. A pry bar. It slid through the cracked gap and hooked under the inner track. Move, I yelled. The glass popped, not shattered, popped out of its track by an inch. Cold air knifed in. So did the smell of exhaust from Ethan's sedan, still running outside or recently running, the hood hot enough to tick. Kayla backed into the fryer station. I seized the mop handle Devin had abandoned and jammed it through the window frame like a brace. The pry bar levered. The mop handle bent. My injured hand screamed under the towel wrap, blood slicking the fabric. I pressed harder anyway. For once, being stubborn helped. The pry bar slipped. The person outside cursed. A real curse. Fuck. Devin heard it too. That's a kid. Keep working. The speaker switched voices again. The child's voice. Extra napkins, please. Then the woman's voice. Coffee fresh, please. Then Nestor's voice. Mara, open the office. Layered, cut together, a menu of stolen sounds. Not the dead. Recordings. Maybe from old headset audio. Maybe from surveillance. Maybe from prank files. Maybe from a person who had worked here and collected everything. The thought opened a door in my head. Kayla, I said, teeth clenched against the window brace. Olivia's training file. What? She was a no-show trainee. There's a file, office drawer. I can't. Look. She crawled into the office on hands and knees, staying below the window line. The filing cabinet squealed. Papers slid. The freezer alarm kept drilling through the walls. Devin grunted with each turn of the screwdriver. At the front, Ethan shouted again. Mara, he's cutting her. That nearly got me. Because it used the thing I couldn't ignore, harm happening while I stood still. But something in the wording was wrong. Too clean, too pointed at me. Mara, Devin called. Don't listen. The pickup window pry bar hooked again. The mop handle cracked. I shoved the napkin dispenser deeper into the gap, then grabbed the fryer basket hook from above the oil station. It was a long metal rod with a curled end, used to pull baskets when the handles got too hot. I looped the hook around the pry bar and yanked down. The person outside yelped. The bar fell inward, clanging onto the tile. I snatched it up. Now we had a weapon that made sense. Kayla's voice came from the office. Found it. Read. She's 17. Olivia Rourke. Emergency contact Ethan Rourke. Previous employment. Kayla stopped. Burger Barn, Newburgh location. Terminated. Why? Kayla swallowed loud enough for me to hear. Incident involving headset recordings. Harassment complaint. No trespass warning. Devin shouted, "That your boy outside?" Kayla kept reading. Ethan was not employed. Olivia was. It says she applied here under a different email, and Nestor flagged it. A thud came from the front doors. This time I saw Ethan's face through the glass. Not outside standing. Down low. Pressed sideways near the bottom of the door, cheek smeared with blood. His hands were zip-tied in front of him. He was looking at us, alive, terrified. Behind him stood Olivia. Her head wound was real. Blood had dried along her temple and down her neck. She held one hand pressed against her side like her ribs hurt. In the other hand, she held a box cutter. She wasn't alone. A man stood behind her in a dark hoodie and black gloves, one arm looped around her chest, his face hidden under the hood, and a cheap white dust mask. Not tall, not huge, just there. The front door speaker, the little accessibility intercom Nestor had installed and never used, crackled from above the entry. Ethan's voice came through it, though Ethan's mouth wasn't moving. "Please open up." A recording. Kayla sobbed once. Oh my God. The man behind Olivia tilted his head toward the glass. He raised his free hand and made a little wave with the box cutter he had taken or given her in the dark. It was hard to tell whose blade was whose. Then he pressed something to Olivia's back. She stiffened. A phone appeared in his gloved hand. On its screen, I saw a live view of us from inside the restaurant, not from security cameras, from Kayla's phone. She had dropped it earlier. It was still connected, still streaming or mirrored or compromised somehow after she opened that unknown video. "Kayla," I said quietly, "your phone." She looked to the floor where it lay near the office threshold, screen glowing. The man outside turned his masked face toward the phone's camera and lifted one finger. No. Devin reached the last screw on the freezer hasp. Almost. The man at the front door kicked Ethan hard in the ribs. Ethan folded, gasping against the glass. Kayla moved without thinking. I caught her around the waist, and she fought me, nails digging into my arm. He's killing him. He wants the door open. He's killing him. He can't get in unless we open it. At the pickup window, something heavy hit the cracked glass. The sedan shifted against the wall with a metallic groan. The car hadn't moved by itself. Someone had put it in neutral. Someone had used it as a barricade and now was using it as leverage. The window frame split. Devin ripped the hasp free. The freezer door opened 6 inches, stopped against frost. Then Devin wrenched it wide. Nestor fell out. He didn't step. He fell, catching himself on Devin's apron, then sliding to the floor in a mess of shivering limbs and gasping breaths. His lips were pale. One cheek was swollen purple where he'd been hit. His fingers curled uselessly against his chest. "Nestor," I said, dropping beside him. He blinked at me, unfocused. "Liv," that name stopped me. "You know Olivia," he swallowed. His teeth clicked. "She called me, said she was sorry, said Ethan made her." I came in. "Thought I could talk," the front intercom shrieked with feedback. The masked man outside had heard enough through Kayla's phone. He raised his arm and smashed the phone against the front glass. The screen went black. For the first time, we were blind to each other. Then the man ran, not away, around the south side, toward the drive-thru. "He's coming to the window," Devin said. We had maybe 10 seconds. Nestor grabbed my wrist with ice-cold fingers. "Old headset base," he rasped. "Office. Cabinet. Shut. Shut down transmitter." "What?" Newberg. "Ethan. Used booster. Old drive-through channel. He knows." His eyes rolled. "Nestor," he was breathing, but barely responsive. Kayla knelt beside him, sobbing, and started rubbing his hands because she didn't know what else to do. Devin looked at me. "Tell me you understood that." "Old headset base," I said. "Cabinet." In the office, above the desk, was a locked gray metal cabinet where Nestor kept dead equipment because managers hoard broken things like their museum pieces. The old headset base station. Before corporate upgraded the system, every burger barn in the district used the same brand. If Ethan or whoever had a booster and knew the channel, they could hijack or replay audio. If the POS was on the same network, maybe the router light explained the screen messages. Not magic, a rig, a staged system with real injuries wrapped around it. That meant there was a transmitter. That meant it could be stopped. The pickup window exploded inward, not completely. The safety glass spiderwebbed and buckled, scattering small cubes across the counter and floor. A gloved arm punched through, then a shoulder. The masked man began forcing himself through the opening above the sedan hood. Devin met him with the pry bar. He swung hard. The bar hit the man's forearm with a crack that made my stomach twist. The man screamed and fell back, but not out. He caught the frame with his other hand. Olivia appeared behind him in the drive-through lane, face white, one eye swollen, box cutter trembling in her grip. "Stop, Ethan, stop." So the masked man was Ethan. The boy at the front door had not been Ethan. I understood it all in pieces, too fast to hold. The person who came in claiming to be Ethan was not Olivia's brother. He had used Ethan's name because Ethan was the emergency contact. The real Ethan was zip-tied outside. The fake Ethan was the ex-burger barn creep, the one with access to old headset tricks, the one who had lured Nestor, used Olivia, staged the crash, and let us build the wrong map. The man in the window tore off his mask with his teeth and spat it inside. He was older than 21, late 20s, narrow face, blood on his lip where Devin had clipped him earlier, eyes bright and furious. "My name's not Ethan," he said, panting. "But you all listened when I said it." Devin lifted the pry bar again. The man showed the device in his hand, not a gun, a stun gun, small, black, whining. He drove it into Devin's forearm through the broken window. The crackle was sharp and blue. Devin went down, striking the side of his head on the counter. The pry bar clattered away. He didn't bounce back up. He curled around his arm, making a sound I never want to hear from a grown man. Kayla screamed. The man climbed through the window. I ran to the office, not away, toward the cabinet. Behind me, glass crunched under his shoes. "Manager," he shouted, the old title again, the leash. I grabbed the gray cabinet handle. Locked, of course. Nestor's coat. I dug through the pockets with my bleeding hand. Keys, coins, a pack of antacids, a folded receipt. The keys slipped because my fingers were wet. I dropped them, bent down. Pain shot up my wrist. I picked them up again. Behind me, Kayla threw the cracked first aid kit at him. It burst against the wall, gauze and antiseptic packets skidding everywhere. He backhanded her. She hit the floor. Everything in me narrowed. No more polite. No more service voice. No more waiting for permission to be angry. I found the cabinet key. The man stepped into the office doorway. "You don't get it," he said. "You people ruined her. Nestor ruined her. Said she was unstable. Said she couldn't work. Wouldn't even let her start over." I opened the cabinet. Inside, old headset base, tangled cables, spare batteries, broken drive-through receiver, and a dusty black unit with a green power light. Not ours. Newer. Plugged into the office outlet through an extension cord that ran behind the filing cabinet and into the wall where someone had drilled a fresh hole. A transmitter. A little homemade kingdom of wires. The man saw me see it. He lunged. I yanked the whole unit off the shelf. Cables snapped. One held. I pulled harder. The cabinet tipped forward, spilling plastic headsets and old chargers. The transmitter tore free and hit the floor. The drive-through speaker outside gave a dying squeal. The office monitor went black. The front intercom popped once and died. For the first time in over 20 minutes, the building stopped talking. The man hit me from the side. We slammed into the desk. My hip caught the corner. My injured hand burst open again under the towel. He grabbed my hair near the scalp and shoved my face toward the desk hard enough that my teeth clicked. The stun gun whined near my ear. I fumbled blindly and found the roll of electrical tape. Useless. Then the antacids. Useless. Then the hammer Devon had dropped near the threshold. Not useless. I swung backward. The hammer hit something soft and hard at once. His knee, maybe. He shouted and loosened his grip. I twisted, slipped, and drove my elbow into his throat because I had seen someone do it in a self-defense video and never believed I would use it at a burger barn. He gagged. The stun gun fired into the desk, sparking against the metal drawer pull. Kayla crawled behind him and grabbed his ankle. He kicked her in the shoulder. She didn't let go. Devon, still half on the floor, reached up with his good hand and seized the hanging landline cord. He looped it around the man's wrist and pulled. Stun gun fell. Olivia appeared at the broken pickup window. "Ryan," she screamed. "Ryan, not Ethan." Ryan turned toward her, and that half-second saved us. I picked up the pry bar and hit him across the wrist, holding the box cutter. He dropped it. Devon shoved from below. Kayla pulled. I swung again, not at his head, because some part of me still understood consequences, but at his forearm, his shoulder, anything to make him smaller than the room. Ryan fell backward onto the kitchen tile. The raccoon shot out from under the prep table at the worst possible time, sauce cup still on its paw, skittering straight across his chest. Ryan screamed like the animal had opened him. It hadn't. It was just a raccoon, terrified, filthy, desperate for a way out. So were we. The distraction gave Devon time to kick the stun gun under the fryer. Kayla grabbed the electrical tape and, with hands shaking violently, wrapped Ryan's wrists while I held the pry bar across his chest. And Devon pressed one knee onto his thigh despite the tremors in his shocked arm. Ryan fought. He bucked. He cursed at us. Then Nestor, barely conscious on the floor, reached out and pressed the freezer door release button panel on the wall beside him. Not for the freezer, for the panic alarm. A silent alarm if it still worked. The old system had a backup battery. A small red light began blinking above the office door. Ryan saw it and stopped fighting for one beat. Outside, Olivia climbed through the broken window, cutting her palm on the glass. She landed badly, crumpled, and immediately crawled toward the front of the restaurant. "Ethan," she sobbed. "My brother, please." This time I believed the name, not because I trusted her, because Ryan's face changed when she said brother. Anger collapsed into something uglier. Possession. Betrayal. Devon saw it too. "Go," he told me. "Front. I can't leave you with him." I'm sitting on him. Kayla, face already swelling where he'd hit her, grabbed the tape with both hands and wound it tighter around Ryan's ankles. "Go." So I went. I took the pry bar with me because I was done entering any room empty-handed. The dining room was a wreck of knocked chairs and red exit light. At the front doors, the real Ethan lay curled on the pavement outside, hands bound, face bloody, breathing in short animal pulls. Olivia unlocked the door from the inside with fingers that kept slipping on the latch. I reached her just as she got it open. Cold air rushed in. The gas station across the lot was still dark inside, but far down Route 9, blue lights flickered between trees. Not close, not saving us yet, but coming. Ethan's eyes opened when Olivia touched his face. "Liv," he whispered. She made a sound that was half apology and half collapse. Behind me, in the kitchen, Ryan began laughing. Not loud, not triumphant. Broken, breathless laugh that turned into coughing. The kind of laugh a person makes when their plan is over, but their damage is still standing. I looked back through the restaurant. Kayla on the floor with tape in her hands. Devon hunched over Ryan with one useless arm. Nestor shivering beside the freezer. The office cabinet gutted. The old transmitter dead among broken headsets. The pickup window smashed open to the drive-through lane. The sedan wedged against the wall. And the speaker box outside finally quiet. The conflict was over because the voice was gone, but nothing felt finished. The blue lights grew brighter. The silent alarm had worked. Ryan stopped laughing. Then, from the dead drive-through speaker outside, one last sound came through. Not a voice, a saved order chime. Ding. One clean, cheerful note. Everyone in the restaurant froze. No words followed. No command. No name. Just the chime fading into the cold dark like the machine still expected someone to answer. The first officer through the front door slipped on a packet of antiseptic wipes. That was the detail I kept coming back to later. Not the smashed pickup window. not Ryan face down on the kitchen tile with electrical tape around his wrists, and Devon's knee planted between his shoulder blades. Not Nestor shaking so badly the paramedics had to cut one of his sleeves because his fingers wouldn't uncurl. The antiseptic wipes. They had spilled out of the cracked first aid kit when Kayla threw it, scattered across the dining room tile like little white flags. The officer came in too fast, saw Ethan bleeding on the pavement, saw Olivia hunched over him, saw me holding a pry bar with a towel wrapped around my hand, and his boot hit one of those wipes. He didn't fall. He caught himself against the doorframe and shouted, "Hands. Let me see your hands." So we showed him our hands. Every one of us. Even Ryan. Once Devon yanked him upright enough for the officer to see the tape. My name is Mara Ellison, and I had spent 8 months learning how to sound calm inside that burger barn. I had said, "Sorry about the wait," while people screamed at me over missing ranch. I had said, "We're short-staffed tonight," while trying not to cry in the walk-in cooler. I had said, "Have a good one," to men who leaned too far through the drive-through window and made me step back. But when the police came, my voice didn't work. Not at first. It came out in pieces. He locked Nestor in the freezer. The headset system, the office cabinet. That's not Ethan, that's Ryan. The real Ethan is outside. Kayla had a video. The officer kept saying, "Slow down," and I kept trying, but my words lined up badly, like the order screen had taken them and rearranged them into something almost useful. Within 3 minutes, the parking lot was full of lights. Blue and red washed over the menu board, the gas pumps, the closed mattress store sign, the wet-looking asphalt that wasn't actually wet. A Dutchess County Sheriff's cruiser blocked the entrance from Route 9. A Wappingers Falls Police SUV pulled across the drive-through exit. An ambulance backed in near the front doors, tires crunching glass that had scattered from the pickup window. Somewhere, the gas station lights came back on, and the clerk emerged with both hands up, even though nobody had asked him to. The normal world returned in uniforms and radios. That should have made it feel safe. It didn't. It made the restaurant look worse. Under real flashlights, everything became evidence. The freezer hasp hanging by one bent screw, the brass padlock on the floor, the toolbox spilled open, Nestor's coat pulled inside out on the office chair, Kayla's phone cracked and dead near the counter, the transmitter in pieces under the gray cabinet, its wires snapped like tendons. Blue shop towels stained with blood, grease, and fryer dust. The old receipt rolls scattered through the dining room from before any of us understood what night we were in. The paramedics reached Nestor first. He kept trying to apologize. That was very Nestor. He lay on a thermal blanket near the freezer, lips pale, cheeks swelling, one eye half closed, while a paramedic wrapped a blood pressure cuff around his arm. "I should have called," he muttered. "Shouldn't have come alone." The paramedic, a woman with gray hair tucked under a knit cap, said, "Sir, save your lecture for after we check your temperature. I'm the manager. Then manage your breathing." Devon laughed once, then winced because laughing hurt his ribs. Devon refused the stretcher until the second paramedic touched the burn mark on his forearm, and he hissed through his teeth. The stun gun had left 2 small red punctures in his skin and a grayish patch around them, like the meat had been shocked before the man. He also had a cut on his scalp from the counter, blood drying into his hairline. "You might have a concussion," the paramedic told him. "I've had worse." "That's not comforting." He looked at me. "Tell her I'm difficult." "You're difficult," I said. His mouth twitched. "See." Kayla sat on the curb outside the front doors with an ice pack against her cheek. Her eye was swelling already, darkening at the edges. She had stopped crying by then, but not because she was okay. She was doing that thing people do when their body chooses one job and refuses all others. She stared at the ambulance floor while an officer asked her questions, and every answer came out small and exact. "Yes." I opened the video. "No, I didn't know the number." "Yes," the phone showed us from inside. "No, I didn't give anyone my password." When the officer asked if Ryan had touched her before he hit her, she blinked like the question had arrived from another language. "He used my voice," she said. The officer lowered his pen. "What?" The speaker. "It used Mara's voice. Then Nestor S. I think if it had gotten mine, I would have opened the door." She looked at me then, and I had no idea what to say. So I sat beside her on the curb until someone came for my hand. The cut near my thumb needed 6 stitches. My wrist was sprained, not broken, though it had swollen into a stiff lump by the time an EMT wrapped it. He asked how I'd injured it. I started to explain the mop water, the cooler handle, the padlock, the pry bar, the office desk, and then I stopped. "I slipped," I said. He looked around at the wrecked restaurant. "Must have been a hell of a slip." It got complicated. Olivia and Ethan were taken in separate ambulances. That part hurt to watch. Ethan had bruised ribs, a split lip, and deep red marks around his wrists from zip ties. He was conscious by then, but he kept asking where Olivia was, even while she sat 10 feet away with a cervical collar around her neck. Olivia had a concussion, a cut palm from the broken pickup window, and 2 cracked ribs that made every breath shallow. The blood in her hair came from where Ryan had struck her earlier in the night, before any of us had seen the gray sedan. She wouldn't look at Nestor. She wouldn't look at me either. When an officer asked her if she had helped Ryan set up the equipment, she said, "At first." Her voice was flat, not emotionless, used up. Ryan had contacted her after she got rejected from our location, she said. He told her Nestor had blacklisted her, told her Burger Barn managers shared notes, ruined people, laughed about applicants who couldn't handle pressure. He had recordings from the Newburgh store, clips of drive-through audio, manager calls, staff jokes. He told her he only wanted to scare Nestor, make him admit he'd lied about her. He said nobody would get hurt, she whispered. Ethan, from his stretcher, shouted, "You believed him." Olivia flinched, like the words had physical weight. Ethan tried to sit up, and the paramedic pushed him back down. "I didn't know he'd bring you," Olivia said. Ryan had told Ethan that Olivia was stranded and needed a ride. When Ethan arrived at the closed mattress store lot, Ryan ambushed him with a stun gun and zip ties, then used Ethan's car as part of the setup. Head wound, the slumped figure in the back seat, the injured sister story, some of it was real, some of it was staged, And the worst part was how little difference that made once we were trapped inside reacting to it. Ryan himself didn't say much after the police took over. He asked for a lawyer. He asked if Olivia was okay. Then he asked once if the transmitter was damaged. The officer standing over him said, "That's what you're worried about." Ryan looked toward the dark drive-through speaker outside. "It wasn't supposed to keep going after I pulled the backup feed," he said. Nobody answered him. I heard it. Devin heard it too. We looked at each other and then away. The police took the transmitter, the old headset base, the router, the office computer, the broken phone, the brass padlock, the stun gun, the pry bar, and the box cutter. He photographed the fresh hole behind the filing cabinet where Ryan had run the extension line, then the side door where he taped the latch earlier so it wouldn't fully catch. They found his backpack behind the dumpster corral with a portable battery pack, 2 cheap radios, a signal booster, wire cutters, zip ties, a roll of black gaffer tape, and a laminated Burger Barn training card from the Newburgh location. That explained most of it. Not cleanly. Real things rarely explain cleanly. But enough. The voices through the drive-through were recordings rooted through the old frequency. The POS text had come through a remote access exploit on our ancient office computer, which, according to one very irritated detective, should not have been connected to anything more advanced than a wall clock. The power drop came from Ryan tripping breakers and using the building's already bad wiring against us. The gas station going dark was a separate breaker fault in the shared service panel, triggered when the surge hit. The camera feed died because the router had been rerouted through Ryan's equipment. The dead were never dead. They were stored audio, former customers, old employees, training clips, scraps of voices cut thin and rearranged. That was the part that made me feel sick later. Not that the speaker had sounded like ghosts, that it had sounded like work, like the building had been listening to us for years, and saving enough of us to speak when someone cruel found the right wires. At 4:02 a.m., after interviews and photographs and paramedics, and one corporate emergency contact who asked whether the dining room would be able to reopen for breakfast, they let me sit in Nestor's office. Not alone. An officer stood in the doorway, but alone enough. The office smelled like dust, coffee grounds, cold plastic, and the sharp metallic stink of broken electronics. The cabinet hung open. The old headset base stations lay on the floor like dead insects. Nestor's antacids had spilled under the desk. I looked at the employee schedule. MARA Devon KAYLA OLIVIA training. No show under it, in Nestor's handwriting, was a note I hadn't seen before. Call MARA before shift. Do not surprise her. I stared at that longer than I should have. It didn't forgive him for coming alone. It didn't undo Olivia's pain, or Kayla's bruise, or Devon's burn, or Ethan's wrists, or my stitches. But it made him human in a way I hadn't allowed during all those shifts where he was just the voice calling about waste logs and labor hours. Maybe he had meant to tell me. Maybe I had missed the call. Maybe both could be true. Corporate closed the Burger Barn for 4 days. They called it an equipment-related security incident in the email. The local news called it fast food standoff on Route 9. Online, people called it fake, then real, then fake again, once somebody posted a clip of the drive-through speaker saying, "Manager to window," in my voice. Kayla deleted every account she had for a week. Devin said he didn't care what people thought, then spent an entire smoke break reading comments with his jaw clenched so tight I thought he'd crack a tooth. Ryan was charged with assault, unlawful imprisonment, burglary, stalking, reckless endangerment, and a stack of cybercrime counts I didn't understand. Olivia took a plea later for helping him access the building and lure Nestor, but the prosecutor treated her as coerced once they found the messages. Ethan testified against Ryan. Nestor did too, though he had to sit down halfway through because cold exposure had left him with numbness in 2 fingers for months. As for me, I went back to work. That's the part people never like when I tell it. They want you to quit after a story like this. They want a clean ending where trauma becomes wisdom, and wisdom becomes a new job with windows that don't slide open to the dark. But rent didn't pause because I was scared. My father's rehab didn't stop billing because I had nightmares. The stitches came out. The wrist brace came off. The night differential stayed. So I went back. Not the first week. Not alone. Never alone at close again, according to the new policy corporate pretended had always been obvious. They replaced the drive-through system, upgraded the cameras, changed the locks, fixed the side door, removed the external freezer hasp, and installed panic buttons in places we could actually reach without crawling past a man with a stun gun. They also sent a laminated safety sheet. Devin read it, snorted, and taped it above the fryer. "Don't get murdered," he said. "There. Training complete." Kayla transferred to mornings. She said it was because of community college classes, and maybe that was partly true. But the first time the breakfast headset chirped while she was covering a shift, she took it off so fast it hit the floor. Nobody made fun of her, not once. Nestor came back thinner and quieter. He stopped calling after 10 unless something was actually on fire. Sometimes I caught him standing near the freezer door, looking at the new interior release button. He always touched it before he walked away. Devin kept working nights with me. He said it was for the hours. It wasn't just for the hours. The first time we reopened drive-through after midnight, I stood by the headset wall unit and watched the empty lane on the new monitor. Clear picture now. High definition. You could see cracks in the asphalt, cigarette butts near the speaker post, even the weeds along the curb. A real car pulled up at 12:47 a.m. A nurse from Vassar Brothers, still in scrubs, ordered fries and a chocolate shake. Her voice came through clean, tired, normal. I made myself answer. "Welcome to Burger Barn. What can I get started for you?" My hand shook so badly Devin had to take the cup from me before I dropped it. But nothing happened. The speaker stayed a speaker. The order screen stayed an order screen. The nurse paid, took her food, and drove away. Ordinary returned slowly, like a dog that had been kicked and wasn't sure if the room was safe. Weeks later, while cleaning under the counter, Kayla found one of the old ketchup packets from that night. It had slipped slid behind the register and stuck there, dried brown at the edge where sauce had leaked through a pinhole. She held it up between 2 fingers. 6 ketchup packets, she said. Nobody laughed. Nestor told her to throw it away. She did. That should have been the last piece. But here's the thing I don't tell most people. 2 months after Ryan's arrest, corporate tech came to pull archived files from the old office computer for the case. I was there because Nestor didn't like being alone in the building anymore, and he didn't pretend otherwise. The tech was a woman from Albany who kept saying, "This is ancient," under her breath. She recovered logs, old audio fragments, remote access records, all of it. Most of the files had names like they'd been generated automatically. Channel numbers, dates, seconds of audio. One folder was different. It was labeled Orders Unfilled. Inside were clips. Not many, 12. Some were Ryan's recordings. The tired man, the cold woman, the child asking for napkins. They matched fragments from old stores, old complaints, old headset tests. But one file had a timestamp from after Ryan was already in custody, after the transmitter had been unplugged, after the police had taken the router and killed the system. The tech frowned at it. Probably a clock error, she said. She played 3 seconds before I told her to stop. It was only the order chime. Ding. Then my voice, recorded from that night, small and ragged and very close to the mic. We had to choose one. The tech looked at me. I looked at Nestor. Neither of us said anything. The file went into evidence with the rest, labeled as corrupted duplicate audio. That was the official explanation, and I didn't argue. I don't argue much with official explanations anymore. Sometimes they are true enough to get you through the next shift. But every once in a while, usually around 1 in the morning, the new drive-through headset gives a soft little pop before a customer speaks. Just static settling. Just the channel opening. Just equipment doing what equipment does. And every time before I say welcome, I look at the empty lane on the monitor and make sure there are headlights. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another.